For your consideration on consent today, so if we can move forward to slide 3. The first item we have is a lease agreement in the funded amount of $374,592. This is a lease, a 3-year lease for a warehouse facility so that we can store our electric components, the high pilferage electric components for our distribution system. You'll see that there are cable reels, circuit breakers, switches, and other high theft materials that we are out of room on our laydown yard, so we need to put some of these things inside a warehouse and have them locked up so they're not subject to being stolen. And so a 3-year lease agreement for this warehouse, $374,000 total. The next item is for substation engineering services, and this is actually a renewal. If you can go to the next slide, slide 4. It's a renewal of renewal number 2 of 4 renewals. Takes us through November of 2025. This is to the Fisher and Arnold Company. And now this is for us to have some additional engineering services so we can expedite new engineering in our substations. This is the upgrade of our substations, putting new circuit breakers, new transformers, and also helping us with our distribution automation conversion. We have to convert from one technology to the other. And so our distribution automation, as you know, is going to reduce our frequency of outages and speed our restoration times. That's largely what we are investing in, is replacing outdated infrastructure and modernizing our grid, and this will help us do that. The next item is Synergy Gas Modeling Software in the amount of $39,000. This is another renewal. This software allows our gas engineers to predict and model how we manage the gas system and flows of gas to ensure that we have seamless flow of gas throughout the entire distribution system. So this is a software system that allows our engineers to do their work. Next slide. Take a minute on this. We have 2 asphalt paving contracts. The first one is in the funded amount of $6.8 million. It's for 1 year with VUCON. It's a 20% supplier diversity goal, but 34% participation. This is so that we can do repair of the street after we cut the street to do various things. The first contract is for 50 miles of linear paving. And why would MLGW do a whole linear street of paving? When we do either steel tap replacements for gas or we do lead service line replacements, we cut the street in front of every single home. And so what we've worked out with the city is, instead of doing 25 patches in a street, let's just do all the 25 cuts and then repave that entire segment of street to give a better finish. It's also more cost effective for us than to go back and do 25 individual repairs. So the first contract here is for that 50 linear miles. It will allow us to catch up with the paving that we need to catch up on. Yes.
So you said 25 linear miles.
This is
that's
for
the max you do at any one time.
This is for 50 linear miles. So this can be 1 block at a time. This can be 1 mile at a time. But what this allows us to do, instead of cutting a 5x5 hole, expanding it to 5x10, we will just cut the street and we will then repave the entire lane of the street so you have a better finished product. So that's for the areas where there's high density, where we're making a lot of street cuts to do those lead service line or the steel tap replacements. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Real quick, we have Councilwoman Logan join us for the record, and also Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton. All right, go ahead.
The second contract for paving is in the funded amount of $9.4 million. This is to Lehman Roberts, a 20% participation. Now, this paving is for the street cuts. MLGW does about 5,000 street cuts per year to make repairs, either emergency repairs, lead service lines. Just to give you a sense of scale, we do between 12 and 1,500 street cuts for lead service lines. We do about 1,000 street cuts for steel tap replacements, and the rest are repairs or brand new additions to our system. If somebody requests new service, we cut the street, tap into the water main. This contract will fund the repair of 4,100 street cuts. This complies with the city's new standard, where we have to, if it's a 5x5 cut, we have to do a full lane width repair so that it's a much smoother repair. That does increase our cost. That's why we have a $16 million paving contract. Now, in fairness, you all remember that you've approved this about this time last year. And we had a paving contractor that we ordered the contract to, and they did not fulfill the terms of the contract. They did a very substandard job. We had to remove them from service, rebid this, and now we have 2 contractors coming back on to do this paving. Next slide is desktop and laptop equipment. This is a 5-year contract with Tate Computer Systems. It's 100% MWBE goal. Now this is to basically reissue computers to our team as they need them. This funds 220 desktop computers, 1,125 laptop computers, 2,100 monitors, and 1,125 docking stations. So as you know, computers have about a 5-year lifespan, and so this is just the regular and recurring replacement of computers over 5 years, about $500,000 a year, so that our team maintains their capacity to do work. The next slide, on slide 9, is a licensing agreement with Precisely Software. This is to create and change customer bills and letters. So as we modify bills and we change the nature of the bills and how we present them to customers, this software is a license that allows our team to change how those look on there and how we present that. If there is a change in a fee, if there is a change in a service that somebody requests, this software allows us to make that change on our billing software. So this controls how we make changes on our bills. And it's, again, 1-year extension. And that concludes the consent agenda items, subject to your questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. And for the record, Councilwoman Green has graced us with her presence, and she did not bring anyone coffee. Any questions? We got Councilwoman Walker in the queue. Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Could you go back to slide number 8?
Number 8. Yes, the laptops and the computer equipment, yes.
So bullet number 5, LSB/MWBE. I know that Tate is Black owned, so that part about no supplier diversity, tell me what that, explain that sentence to me.
Right, so in that specific space, when our team looked at the supplier diversity, they did not set a goal for this. As we are going through our disparity study, we are looking at a new look at who's in the market for this. So that goal was set. We've always had, I think, 100% participation in this. And so Tate was a successful bidder here, and they are a MBE. We're going through a disparity study just like the city of Memphis does. And you'll see that we will be refining some of our goals. We've always had very good participation, but this will allow us to be a little more precise with our participation. So, and the results of that disparity study, I'll be briefing you on here as soon as they become final, probably in the next 30 days.
Okay, thank you for that. That sounds great.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the one about the 2, it was 2 paving contracts.
Yes, ma'am.
And we had one last year, but it didn't work out. So why did we
correct.
have 2? Was it about capacity or price?
Yes.
Or?
So very much like our tree trimming contract, you remember we had 1 tree trimming contractor and that did not work out. We have 3 now and they're doing a great job. With paving, we wanted to break this into 2 because we wanted to have somebody who could just do a whole street and then somebody to come back and do the street cuts. That way, we also have some opportunity to observe their performance and we can modify the contract should we need to. Neither of these contractors was part of that failed bid last time, so these are both 2 new contractors who know what our standards are. We coordinated this with the city engineer to make sure we're getting exactly what we want, and so we think this gives us a better chance to have a successful paving outcome.
Okay, one final question. So one was doing one part and one's doing the other. Are they able to switch, do the other part as well?
They both have the capability of doing this, to be clear. It's just how much material they need to do it, because one requires a little different milling machine and the other requires another. But these are both well-respected, completely capable paving contractors that do work for the city and the state and everything else. So they have the capability. Should one fall down, we should be able to easily switch.
Okay, thank you for that. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. We have Councilwoman Logan in the queue. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, President McGowan. Thank you, Chairman. Going back to the tree trimmers, I just wanted to, and I appreciate the fact that you're going to break that up. Hopefully, we'll have better service, and they won't feel like they have a monopoly or something. And because what I want to ask is that somehow we put some metrics in place to make sure when they cut the trees down that they're getting the limbs and the cones and picking up the trees from when they cut them down. I don't know what their responsibility is, the contractors, as opposed to, MLGW workers. But if we could just make sure that they're doing that. I know on Covington Pike, I've had to call a few times, and I've seen it in the district throughout where they'll cut a tree down and it won't be in the street, but it'll be laying down on the ground.
Well, I'll have to make sure if you have a specific address, because our contractors are not permitted to put anything on the street. They have to take it away. We often have, even before MLGW cuts trees, as you know, contractors will come and ask a homeowner, can I remove your tree? But don't worry, I'll put it on the street and the city will take it away. They are not allowed to do that. Our contractors have 3 days to get rid of the debris that they cut. They do not get paid until our inspector goes and ensures that the tree was cut sufficiently and that the debris was removed. I've had probably in the last year 6 occasions when somebody called and said, hey, there's still some debris here. And our contractors so far have been 100% in going back and picking that up.
Now, it's not in the street. It's like a tree would be, they cut it, but the tree didn't chop the tree up and move it away. But it's laying down like on the grass part, not in the
Again,
street.
I'll have to make sure if it's a specific instance, because our tree trimmers have been very effective at removing debris when they cut it down. They do not
It's
cut
the
and
one
just
with
leave
the white
anything.
truck and the red writing on the side.
Okay.
Okay, but anyway, the second thing is, you mentioned about the the disparity study.
Yes, ma'am.
When is that going to be complete?
It's essentially, we're just waiting for Griffin & Strong as our contractor on that, and they had a person that was out, so I think it's effectively complete. We're going to review, actually I have a meeting this afternoon with our team to review the findings so that we can reset our standards going into 2025. And so based on that disparity study is how we'll do that. And we already know that there's some areas that we're oversubscribed and some areas where we're undersubscribed. And so just like the city does, we'll modify those. It doesn't mean we change the percentage. The percentages are the percentages that are available in the market. But for instance, an example of this is if you are in construction and you're oversubscribed in WBE, you don't set a WBE goal, you set only an MBE goal. So you'll see us be more refined in that going forward. So it should be completed. I'll talk to Ms. Tamara Pate, who leads that for us, and Randy Orsby, who is the head of contracting, to find out when that's specifically going to be done. Jennifer, do we have a date? Okay, so certainly by the end of the year, but we already know the direction we're going to go based on the preliminary findings. So, but it was really good endeavor for us to go through again.
Okay, great. And once that's done, will we be informed?
Absolutely.
Or you'll come and bring that as a...
Absolutely,
okay.
sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. And we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. You're looking like, okay, what's straight
Oh,
in your
no,
face.
no, just, this is just my face, Councilwoman.
That's your face? Okay, that face. Good. I need to know, where are you housing, I see that you're having to lease some more space. I heard it kind of back there. So where are we housing it now?
It's in
Where is it being housed now?
Well, we have a lay-down yard at the North Service Center, and Alonzo, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are big spools of electric wire and transformers, and so it's subject to pilferage. People do see this; it's a valuable commodity, and they will try to break in and steal it from us. We're just running out of room to put all of this stuff. As you know, as we modernize the grid, we have to buy more transformers and more substations so we can eventually put it in. Right now, we're just constrained on space, and it's all outside. And we also have over at Covington Pike, there's some out there as well.
Yeah, we also have equipment at the electric operations facility at Covington Pike. That's 2425 Covington Pike. That's where a lot of our DA switches are, and we want to put them in a protected area. They're pretty high dollar items, and we'll make sure that we don't lose them.
Well, most definitely. Okay, and so this is a 3-year,
Yes, ma'am, it's a 3-year lease. We think we forecast that. As you know, our grid modernization effort's going to take from now till about 2028, 29. So as we decrease the amount of DA switches in our inventory, we think we'll work our way out of this. And also, We're expanding our North Service Center. That project is going to get underway in 2025. North Service Center is up off Meager Ave in Jackson. We're building a new facility up there for heavy equipment maintenance, and we'll have some additional storage built out on that facility. So two things coming together. We'll reduce the number of switches as we put them in, and then two, expanding the North Service Center to give us more room on our site to put these things in.
And so in 3 years, that should be done, so we should not have to be leasing, you should not.
Let's hope.
That's your projection. You
Our
forecast
projection is
that?
to have that done, so we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, and the pavement,
Yes, ma'am.
the Master Asphalt Pavement Program, and I see that's a 1 year. And so this company here, is this a local company?
They're both local companies.
They're both local companies.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they venture with other?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So you'll see they both have contractors that they work with and subcontractors that they work with. And so, yeah, when we get bids back from them, they typically partner with another agency to help get the work done. We will do this every single year. MLGW has about 5,000 street cuts a year, and we have to repair those cuts. And so every year we'll have an asphalt paving contract that comes to you. This is all over the entire county. So, yeah, 5,000 street cuts all across the county. So wherever, when we do lead service line and we do steel tap replacements, much of that is in the city limits of Memphis. That's about 2,500 street cuts. But when we're putting a new service in, or if there's a water leak or a gas leak that we have to repair, it can be anywhere in our service territory. We have 4,000 miles of water mains and about 3,800 miles of gas mains, and so just depends on where that break happens to be. There's options to renew, but this is the first year of the contract for them to pave, so there will be, and our option to renew will be based on performance. And so if we get good performance, we may choose to move forward with renewal. If we do not, then we'll look to bid it out again.
Hey, Mike, please.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
got to get used to this. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Just wanting to know, this may not be in this one, but I wanted to discuss the lead. Are we going to talk about lead?
We are. We have a proposed plan for a 10-year lead service line. I sent some information to y'all in an email that said EPA has just issued their lead copper rule improvement. It goes into effect in 2027. The lead copper rule revision is in effect now, and that indicated that we had to do an inventory. The inventory for MLGW is complete. It has been submitted and accepted by TDEC. And as a result of that, it gives us essentially 10 years to remove the lead service lines from the areas that MLGW controls. We have been granted federal monies to begin this work, and we intend to begin some on the private side for income qualified customers. So yesterday we had a roundtable with some folks from the community to help who are in this space to help inform our plan, and we'll take some of their input back, and we're going to brief the Board of Commissioners, and we're going to come and brief you on what that plan is. And there's funding in our 2025 budget for us to continue the lead service line replacements, and I think you'll be pleased with the plan that we have. The one thing I will tell you is that there's not enough funding to complete all of the work, but we are building a program that more money can be added to so we can get this done. So I think you're going to see that it's a pretty aggressive program and a comprehensive program. So we'll be bringing that to you here in probably just the next 2 meetings or so.
Yeah, I just saw Biden, the president, just put a lot of money and a lot of funding into that. And I got a lot of phone calls just yesterday about the lead and the old homes that are here in Memphis that may have that potential lead issue. But what we would like to see and the community would like to see is a committee to make sure, that the community is really involved because you have some old houses in South Memphis and North Memphis, across the city. And so they are asking, one of the questions they ask for me to ask you, will there be a committee, a board, where the community to make sure that we get these houses, these old homes. You know, you may get a couple houses in this community here, but you're gonna miss a couple houses there to make sure that we impact. And this funding that has been released by Biden, that's quite a bit of money that he has just released for this lead poisoning and, you know, for the lead that's going on. And we just want to make sure that the community is involved, that we're having community conversations, and the community and the constituents are able to utilize this funding.
Sure. Well, I'll add a little bit of context there. It is, and he announced $2.5 billion. The bipartisan infrastructure law released $15 billion for this purpose. I want you to know Tennessee's share of that was $250 million. And so MLGW and City of Memphis' share will be something less than that. So our plan of the $250 million that Tennessee has, our plan calls for using $110 million of that state money. So at least 50% of the state money. That's more than our fair share, but that's what we're going to go for. So it sounds like a lot. I will say this too. Remember, there's 9 million lead service lines in this country. It's about $10,000 to replace them. That's a $90 billion problem. So the president gave 2.5. There was 15 billion. So 17.5 billion against a $90 billion problem. So everybody in the state, the local level, are going to have to work to figure out how we do this. But we can't wait for that solution. We got to start it now. So that's what we're going to do. And you can bet we had lots of good input from the community yesterday, some leading people who are well educated in this space, but we'll be sharing this information broadly. You'll see a lot of communication coming out very soon to people.
A bunch of good things.
Yeah, so a whole lot of communication, a lot of interaction so that people understand what we're doing. So, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. You good, Councilwoman?
Thank you, President. I
You
appreciate
bet.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of good things to come. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, Councilwoman Walker, quickly, then we'll go to item number 2.
Sure, thank you. Have you all thought about asking TVA to help you with this? They can afford it.
There would be interesting dialogue with TVA since they're an electric utility and this is a water utility we're talking about, but I'm not opposed to asking for any source of funding to help us with this. So, but there's a lot of good ideas out there. We're going to follow every lead that we can. You bet.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, President McGowan. We'll move on to item number 2.
There's another slide.
A discussion regarding MLGW workforce all council districts. This was requested by Councilwoman Logan. I was just informed
No, it's same presentation, just another slide.
I was just informed that she would like to hold this item until a later date. So without objection,
Okay.
objections, seeing none, we're going to move on to item number 3. Item number 3, discussion of ordinance 5897 regarding the city council approval of limits of contracts and salaries, all council districts. This is required by ordinance. I'm going to allow our chairman, Mr. Smiley, Chairman Smiley, to make a comment. Chairman Smiley.
Now, y'all know it's kind of early for me. I need to sip some more coffee. I think we talked about this ordinance at length when we implemented, and I think one of the things that we wanted to do is ensure more oversight by this body. And as you can tell by the inquisitive and forever inquisitive Councilwoman Cooper said, and I'm somewhat surprised Councilwoman Walker didn't chime in today.
I did before you got here.
I told you it's early.
I'll update you later.
Okay, cool. I go back and watch the feed. Y'all know my eyes are suspect at times right now. In all seriousness, I think we put forth this ordinance so we can ensure oversight, more transparency. It doesn't seem to me that what we've put in place is broken, but it's up to the body to decide, how we move forward. I do know that President McGowan has done a pretty good job, except for one thing. It's my only critique of President McGowan, and I guess it's the administration and some members of this body. Timely submissions to this body. We seem to be getting stuff somewhat late. But as it relates to this ordinance, I'm open to seeing what this body wants to do. I'm not sure if what we put in place is broken. Maybe we should extend it. But I'm here to extend it in terms of how long we go for. But I'm here to see what this body wants to do.
All right, thank you, Chairman Smiley. Any other comments, questions about this before we go downstairs? Councilwoman Green.
Yeah, I would say that I've been really appreciative of the transparency and the ability to walk through this in sort of a bullet point fashion that's easily digestible, not just for us, but for the public as well. I think it helps us, and I am getting this stuff, you know, on the MLGW side in a timely manner. But as the liaison to the board, I have really appreciated the transparency and the succinctness of these reports, and I would like to see them continue. I think it is actually something that I'm hoping we will bring to other parts of the administration. So I just want to thank President McGowan for, you know, participating in this with us and with sort of setting the standard moving forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Any other comments? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I had this on my mind because I just got a reminder. How are we moving forward with the billing? Are we looking better? Are we closing that gap for billing?
Yes, ma'am, we absolutely are. So our team has worked incredibly hard, and they're actually, there are less delayed and held bills than there were before we actually had a problem. And so our team is now hard at it to make sure we never go back again. We've set a standard for ourselves that 99.5% of our customers get a bill every month. We set that standard saying, okay, we've got to get better. Where do we go? But what we found out is that 99.5% is in the top 5 of utilities in the country. Not top 5%, but that's the top 5 performance in the country. I said, why not Memphis Light Gas and Water? Why not Memphis? So that's the goal we're aiming to get to. There's always going to be some perturbation that causes a bill to be examined again before it goes out, but that's the goal we're setting for ourselves. So we are down in the single digits of customers who've had a bill that's over 30 days. And so we just want to make sure that we stay there. So we've come a long way. In the future, maybe not on this specific body, but we'll be talking about a new billing system because that is a very expensive proposition and a few years to implement, but absolutely we are working our way out of it. And if I could say one thing, Chairman, just I appreciate this process as well. I think it's done a lot for us to have a really good open dialogue, so I appreciate it, and our commitment is to continue doing this. I look forward to the dialogue. I think that the only question is the current limit where we want to be, and if it is, then we're going to continue. And if there's a move to change in the future, then so be it. But we like this process, and we think it's good to help because it helps with understanding of the work we're doing and the importance of what we're doing. So we're very pleased with the process.
Well, I want to thank you, President McGowan, for always, when there's a problem in the community, you always respond with no hesitation. So I know you always get a bad rap or there's always something, but sometimes we need to let people know that you are available, and I thank you for that. I yield the floor, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments, questions? All right, for the record, I see Councilwoman White has joined us, and Councilman Warren has joined us as well. Did I say Councilwoman Warren? I've said it before. Councilman Warren. Did I say it again? I'm so sorry. All right, and just for the public, this is the ordinance that we're discussing, ordinance number 5897 that we passed back earlier this year. And we said that we would bring this, it's in full effect for 6 months, to be reviewed by the council on the second meeting in October of 2024 during the regular agenda. So I don't see any need for any further discussion. We're just gonna continue as is. So again, nothing to vote on here until we get downstairs. So there probably won't even be a vote, honestly. But all right, moving on. Item number 4, last item on the agenda, MLGW budget preview discussion. All council districts. This was actually requested by the council. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Sure, if you could scroll down, there's a budget preview slide. So I'm just going to give you a top level preview. Next slide. So I think some of the new council members haven't been through this yet. So we're going to talk process about the MLGW budget. So we are on a calendar year fiscal basis as opposed to the city's July 1st to June 30th. Each division in MLGW, electric, gas, and water is required to be self-sustaining per the charter. In other words, we can't flow money back and forth. One can't support the other, and the funds can't be intermingled. Bond resolutions and rating agencies require that we have an approved budget so that we can say that we're going to repay our bonds. And the budget format is in the FERC accounting principles. This is a specific to utilities accounting principles to make sure that you're compliant with federal regulation, and that's how we follow our budget. So that's why it doesn't look exactly like the city of Memphis's budget. It follows the FERC guidelines. Now, the MLGW budget is funded exclusively by monies that are paid by our ratepayers. There are no tax dollars given to MLGW by the city of Memphis. It all comes from the monies that we collect every month. There is a small amount that we get from grants from the federal government and the state. Now, the budget has to be related to strategic planning and our objectives. We can tie everything we're doing to our strategic plan. Next. The process is that we submit our budget to the Board of Commissioners and to the Memphis City Council. So we have two approvals that we do. We first present it to the Board of Commissioners, and I'll be presenting the budget to them again tomorrow. Yes.
Excuse me, President McGowan.
Yes.
Council members, this is.
There's two presentations on there.
It's in your packet here. It just says MLGW consent agenda. It's a page, I don't know the page number, but it's
14.
tucked away back in there. So just so everybody, I see everybody scurrying around. And of course, it's online and it's everywhere.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So we first present it to the Board of Commissioners, and then we present the budget, once it's approved, to the City Council. And then City Council approves the budget in total as presented to them by the Board of Commissioners, certainly with comment. And then the technicality here is by the ordinance is that you have to approve the budget necessary to meet requirements of the bond resolution. So in other words, if we have issued bonds, you can't undercut the budget so that you couldn't repay the bonds. That's a requirement, and that's similar to what the city has. Next. So here's the schedule. From May to August, our team puts the budget together. In September, I give a forecast to the Board of Commissioners about what they're going to see. In the first week in October, I present the budget to the Board of Commissioners. And I'm today giving you a budget forecast, just so you can see kind of the general direction it's going. Tomorrow, the MLGW Board of Commissioners will deliberate, and that's their first opportunity to potentially approve the MLGW budget. There's other meetings that they have where they could do potential deliberation if they don't want to decide tomorrow. We forecast today to present to you on November 12th the budget presentation where you'll have all of the information. And then we would anticipate coming back November 26th for your deliberation. That would be your first opportunity for approval, but there's several more meetings in December that you can deliberate should you choose to. That's the budget process and schedule. So we have two bodies that we go through to get our budget approved. Next.
Real quick, Councilwoman Easter Thomas joined us about 5 minutes ago for the record.
Right.
Go ahead, President.
So just in general, the 2025 budget is going to continue the great progress we've made already in 2024 in terms of improving our reliability. I gave you a report on reliability and how much that's improved because of the tree trimming and the replacing outdated infrastructure. And it's going to make us ready for the challenges of tomorrow, improving service to our customers and keeping rates affordable. And we're going to do that without asking you for any new rate actions this year. Okay, next. The budget is up 3.9% over 2024. All of that increase is attributable to either inflation and the cost of goods, the pension ADC, just like the city when you do the actuarially defined contribution every year, because we had a bad year roll on and a good year roll off, the ADC went up a little bit. We have a few net new positions, about 30 to accommodate the work, and we're increasing the pace of vegetation management. That was one thing that the council requested, go faster. So we're going to put a few more dollars in to do that vegetation management. Our capital budget's increased over 2024 because we're going to start on the Allen Pumping Station. That's one of our water treatment plants. That's about a $90 million project. And the construction of a 5.6-mile extra high-pressure gas transmission line. This is one of the lines that allows us to receive gas into our system. Next. So there's some major initiatives, and I'm just going to hit the high points. In electric, this will be our first year. For the council members who've been around, you'll recall there was a program called the Way Forward, which was introduced by my predecessor as an infrastructure improvement plan to improve reliability. At the end of this year, the Way Forward is concluded. That's our 5-year plan. This is now how we do business. It's a regular and recurring infrastructure renewal and replacement. This year begins the first of that next 5 years of infrastructure renewal and replacement. It will continue our progress on grid modernization. That's the automated distribution management system that will make us more resilient. It begins our 10-year plan on expanding electric substations and our distribution capacity. As the community grows and new companies come in, we have to expand our substation capacity to serve new customers. And our utility scale battery storage will come online in 2025, the first increment of those. In the gas system, we'll, again, that 5-mile extra high pressure line that we have to improve. And then the steel tap replacements, that is an integrity program to make sure that the gas lines do not leak, so we're replacing them with a new material. On the water side, we're improving filtration at 5 of our 10 water pumping stations to make sure that the water stays the best in the country. We'll start construction on that new Allen pumping station. Because we were down a few wells, we were going to double the number of new wells so we can increase production. We have about 220 million gallons of production today, but we can pump about 350 million gallons. For those of you who remember in January when we had some water main breaks, we were struggling to get pressure to everybody. The only way to do that is to add some new wells. And then the lead service line replacement program will continue on the public side, and we're going to pilot the private side replacement this coming year. Next. This is a supporting investment. As I mentioned with Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton, we're breaking ground on that North Service Center, which will give us some expanded storage capability. It will consolidate heavy maintenance and transformer maintenance. This budget funds a full complement of 2,700 people, both part-time and full-time, and our contracted partners to do the work. And then it represents a 3% COLA for non-represented employees and 3.5% for represented employees. The 3.5% for represented employees was a 4-year contracted agreement with IBEW that was done several years ago, and this is the last year of that. That COLA, just so you know, represents 0.34% of our total funding. Next. So that's the general direction of the budget. We're going to just continue the great work that we've done to improve electric reliability. We're going to continue making investments and making sure our water stays the highest quality, and we're going to continue investments in making sure our gas system is safe and reliable for all of our customers. Subject to your questions, you'll get a lot more detail when I go through the whole budget brief, but I want to give you a taste of what we're doing and the direction we're going with this budget.
Thank you, President McGowan. I'll say this, and we've got Councilman Warren, said it right, is in the queue. But real quick, President McGowan, I just want to say thank you and let the public know again, that slide where budget process and schedule, there's a bunch of great meetings coming up. We've got the lead update, so good things to come in committee. And we're ahead of schedule, and I'm so excited because we've got a lot of things going. So we got 9 minutes left. No more comments from me. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah.
I am too. Yeah, I thought it was good.
Do you expect anything?
Okay.
I just was wondering, where is that high pressure gas pipeline goes from point A to point B?
Sure.
What is that? And why is it important? So, you know, we've had a lot of pipeline discussions. We need to make sure that we're upfront telling our people around here why this is going to be a better thing for the environment than not doing it.
Yeah, so Alonzo, this is about integrity, but Alonzo could tell you, it's down in the area of Weaver Road. It's a 5.5 mile, 5.56 mile extra high pressure gas pipeline in the area of Weaver Road in southwest Memphis. So Alonzo, you want to talk about why it's important for you?
Yeah, so we go through a transmission integrity management program, which is mandated by Department of Transportation and the Pipeline and Hazardous Material Association. So they have us do an assessment of our pipelines, and we identify pipelines that need to be replaced based on risk assessment. This pipeline was identified as one that we need to replace.
So it's one already there.
It's one already there.
That we want to replace before it has a problem.
Yes.
And we'll take the other one out of commission and remove it, et cetera, when we replace this one. Is that correct?
Yeah, we will not use it anymore, yes.
Does it stay in the ground or does it get out of the ground?
We abandoned it in place.
Okay, and are there any environmental issues with abandoning it in place as opposed to removing as it relates to the aquifer?
No.
Not that we know of at this time.
No.
Can you bring us a report and explain to the community why that's the case?
All right, Councilman Warren, a request for a report.
Yeah, you can bring that to us in the future, and thank you Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Councilwoman Walker has a question. Nope. Oh, okay, she thanked Councilman Warren for the question. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to know if MLGW systems are all of your systems automated, digital? Is everything, can you locate and pinpoint and change, and is it digital yet?
Not yet. So we have everything located via GIS, so we know where everything is. I cannot control everything digitally by the push of a button yet. The electric system that we're talking about modernizing, all those DA switches, the distribution automation switches, that's what we're talking about. To make that work, you'll remember we bought a PLTE network. That's the radio that controls it. We have to assemble the towers, put the radios in place, install all the switches, and then the background softwares, that automated distribution management system, that is still, so this is what's going to be built out over the next 3 to 4 years. We started last year, so it takes a while to do 2,000 switches and to do the entire system.
Can you update us at the next meeting on that entire process?
Sure.
I want to make, because it's important to me that all of our core and critical systems are digital, automated, and we can, get to them and identify them and fix them and all of that, not just with MLGW, but with water and sewer and plumbing, and everything. So if you could bring that back, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. I just want to set some expectations for water. So we have 74,000 valves in our water system. Those are not going to be automated push of a button, because you'd have to put a motor on there and electric power to make that.
Totally understand.
To make that turn, and the same with gas. It's with electric, you want it to be remote, and we have a lot of automation today, but it's not. That's what we're trying to get to, Councilman. We have the same objective as. Now, we need you've been to the SCADA center, and that's one thing you'll see is we need to build out a new, more modern SCADA control center so that it can accommodate all of this automation, and that'll be part of what we talk about in the budget as well. And so you have to do it from the switch that's on the pole all the way back to the control center, and that's what we're approved. That's what we approved to do with that grid modernization to make that happen.
Absolutely. So if you could bring it back and where we are, what the timelines are, what the costs are going to look like, and I understand that costs are escalating, and so is there any variance in that? If so, we need to know what that looks like, because the electricity, that's a critical system, and I definitely want to make sure we're on target for that. So I'm looking forward to that presentation at the next meeting.
You bet. We are on target today. So.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you.
President McGowan, thank you. Appreciate the plug for the new SCADA Center. This meeting's adjourned.
Public Service, Art, and Youth Initiative Committee. Melvin, please call the roll.
Chair Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Easton Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Spurgeon Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present. The item that is up for discussion is the Memphis Animal Service All Council District, requested by Councilman Canali. And I got a phone call from him last night, and I have all the questions that he wants to answer. Yes. And so we talked. My prayers are going out to him and his family, and we will move forward, okay? The first question that Canali wants to know is he is getting flooded with emails, and we need to know the status of how we're moving forward and the impact on what in the next, by the end of the year, what this looks like. What is it going to look like?
So, Councilwoman, if you don't mind, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer with the City of Memphis. I think it may be a little appropriate.
Chief Adams.
Yes.
Address.
Okay. 125 North Main, 38103, Suite 308. So, I think it might be a little more appropriate if we allow Ms. Boyers to actually go through the presentation. We may actually. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And what we are doing now, we are getting it printed so that you all have copies, and we'll send electronic copies as well. This may answer some of the questions that Councilman Canali had. Yes, ma'am.
Let's see what this presentation presents, and then it may answer the questions that he has.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mary Claire Boris, Memphis Animal Services, 2350 Appling City Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38133. Ruh-roh. There you go. All right. Okay. So when I, when I began at Memphis Animal Services on July 15th, we immediately instituted a policy of having the leadership team meet daily. We've been working to improve the staffing there. We've selected new supervisors for the shelter department and the field or animal control department. We're also about to post a position for operations administrator, which is one where previous shelter experience, I'm sorry. No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. So that's what I mentioned. We're actually getting that printed for you all so that you have that. Blame me for not sending you that advance copy. So I'll make sure.
I
that
wasn't looking for blame. I just want to.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to accept accountability.
Can you all send it now and they print it out for us while she's going through that?
Well, we actually took it to the print shop, so it's actually being printed, and an electronic copy will be sent to you as well. So we're like currently doing it now. Okay.
Can they send that?
All right.
I don't have it. I just took your zip drive to the print shop.
I'm old school. I like to make notes on mine and circle it and ask questions, write my questions down and that type of thing. So, all right, I yield back. Thank you, Chair. If you all can continue on while it's being printed out.
No, just 1 second. She's actually going to send it to you all electronically.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you recognizing me. I appreciate your comments, Councilwoman Logan, and I think we all share your sentiments. I appreciate Chief Adams taking some responsibility here. I have taken it upon myself and my committee, and I won't tell anyone else how to run their committee. But if there is an item that has been requested and the administration is going to present on it, I ask that it not be added until the presentation's been provided. And so I share that with you all to take what you want from it, just because I think it is unfair to us and to the public to not have the full information and to be able to research it before we come in here and ask questions. You know, to the administration, I feel like 24 hours is the very least that, you know, we could ask. That is such a minimum standard. I really would like it the week before, to be honest with you. But we are continuing to be in this place, and it really doesn't matter what committee it seems we're in. We're being passed out stuff in real time. And sometimes it is, you know, millions of dollars, and sometimes it's something important like our animal services. Regardless, these are things that we and our constituents need more advance notice of. And the only way that I know to take control of that is to control my committee. And so when the administration requests to put something in economic development and tourism, if I don't have the resolution, if I don't have the presentation before the day before, that's all I ask is the day before so that people could look over it at night before we come in here, then I say it can't go in my committee. So I share that with my fellow council members as we're struggling through this moment for you to take, you know, charge of your committee as you wish.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green and Councilwoman Logan. I think we did initially say that at the beginning of the year. And you're new, you're interim, you're new, and I understand that, but Chief knows about that. So what I think we need to do, and I would suggest this with the questions that Canali has imposed upon me to ask, let's just move it, okay? We can move it, and I don't have a problem with it if that's okay with you all, so we can have the documentation. Everyone can have the documentation. We can go through it, look through it, and if there's questions, we can be prepared, okay? Is that okay? Is that okay, colleagues? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, at your wish. What I would ask, if there are some pressing questions now, we can answer those, but then most importantly, if you like to do it in an open forum, what we would do as well is please let's document those. We'll have them prepared, the responses prepared when we come back.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Yes, I can understand us holding the presentation, but we need to go through those questions. I don't know about you all, but I received so many emails about animal services. We need to get some clarification on something.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilwoman Green's comments, but I think this is urgent, and I would prefer, if possible, if we could have a presentation that answers those questions and then ask the ones that aren't answered, because I think the community wants to know what's going on out there. And if there's, and so protocol, I think, is important. This issue is more important than protocol at this point. So I would urge us as a committee to continue if possible. Yeah, I would like to do that. If
would you all like to continue, colleagues? Okay.
I would like to continue, but I still would like for them to print it out and
Print
bring
it out
here.
to bring it
Bring
to
it
us.
on out here.
Okay, and I think that is happening. Is that happening, Penelope?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's happening. So I guess when we get it, we'll be able to, but we'll let you go head on and thank you.
All right. So the leadership team at Memphis Animal Services is meeting daily. We're in the process of hiring, as you may know, basically most of the supervisors had departed before I started there. So we're rebuilding the leadership team. We've selected new supervisors for shelter and field departments. We have somebody working as the clinic supervisor, although we have not yet officially created that position. And we're posting a position for operations administrator, someone who has previous shelter experience. We're having to repost some positions because when we advertised them in July, we did not get adequate responses. And we're having to continuously backfill positions as staff members are promoted, whether they go up a rank or whether they're simply going up from part-time to full-time. We're also working with the administration to replace 3 animal control officer positions that were previously funded by the ARPA funds. We're working to establish a staff training plan, including weekly refresher training sessions on Wednesdays, because that's the day of the week that most of the staff is present in the building. We have basically 2 shifts of staff, sort of an A and a B, if you will, kind of like a Sunday through Wednesday, and then a Wednesday through Saturday. So everybody overlaps on Wednesdays. Just an example of one of the things that we're working on is working with our veterinarians to train the staff to better assess the age of pets upon intake. Just to give you a snapshot of what it looks like this morning at the shelter, there were 907 pets in care, 343 on site, that's 276 dogs and 82 cats, and 564 pets in foster. That is unusually high. Previously, the practice was that after about a month was to close it out as an adoption. Our daily on-site dog count when I started was usually over 300, often over 310, as high as 325 one day. And now our daily census count is more like 250 to 260 dogs on site. That's critically important because we have fewer than 200 kennels. And so far this year, we've already taken in over 2,500 animals, over 1,700 dogs, over 700 cats, and your assorted wildlife and farm animals as well. We're working to continue to stabilize our veterinary services. We have 2 part-time vets on staff now, 5 relief vets who come in about 2 to 3 times a month each. We're working with 5 private clinics and 3 nonprofit clinics. I've initiated a compensation review of both full-time and part-time veterinarian salaries. We pay way too little at the city of Memphis. We're advertising veterinarian positions at $90,000 a year in a city where the average salary of a veterinarian is $150,000. And there's a national shortage of veterinarians, so we're not going to attract anyone to Memphis to become a veterinarian for, tens and tens of thousands of dollars less than they would receive working elsewhere. All surgery-eligible pets are now receiving spay and neuter surgery and their vaccinations before they leave to an adoptive or foster home. There will always be those pets that because of their age or their health, they're not able to have surgery, but everyone else is getting surgery. I know last spring there was a practice point when that was not happening. We're not doing that anymore. They're going out fixed. We're accelerating efforts to go back and find those pets that were missed last spring and get them in to have surgery as well and make sure that they are spayed or neutered. One of the things that I'm excited that we've been able to start doing is to parvo and fecal test all puppies within 24 hours of intake. Puppies are our most frequent source of contagion because their little immune systems can't provide any resistance. So they just incubate everything. So we're testing them right when they come in so that we can begin treating them right away and not waiting until symptoms show up. We're also continuing our distemper testing. We test both symptomatic dogs and we do conduct random samples throughout the shelter every week. I'm pleased to say that we have ordered a spay-neuter van. One of the things that will allow us to do is not just about spaying and neutering out in the community, although that's very important. This also gives us a mobile clinic to work from in order to do vaccination events, microchip events, and things of that nature. So it's multifunctional. We've requested a focused shelter evaluation from the University of Florida College of Veterinary Medicine. They have the best shelter track program in all of the veterinarian schools. And this is something that they provide free of charge. We're working to re-engage with the community. We've had 2 meetings with animal advocates and rescue organizations. There will be a 3rd meeting held in November. We're establishing 2 volunteer committees, one to help us with adoption events. Adoption rates are down nationally. Memphis is not unique in this aspect. It is all across the country. And it's reduced adoptions, not just at shelters, but also from rescue groups and also from foster parents, which, kind of clogs up the pipeline to continue to move dogs out of the shelter. So we're looking at new and innovative ways to how can we go out and meet the public where they are. We're also I know we have many volunteers and advocates who are very passionate about community health issues. So these would be folks who would work with us on selecting locations and neighborhoods for events, creating awareness, and helping us to deploy that new van, spay-neuter van, clinic van, out into the community. Memphis Animal Services is attending the town halls. I will be at the next one, just like I was at the last one. And I think most importantly, and of interest to many people, nominations for the advisory board members will be presented at council's next meeting. We actually hired one of our regular volunteers to be our new volunteer coordinator. So we wanted someone who was already very well tied into that community. Our dog walking and field trips are all back in full swing after having been paused while there were disease outbreaks in the last fiscal year. And we've started a Did You Know Facebook campaign where every Monday we'll talk about pet care and the ordinances related to pets that the city has. Finally, we're working to increase pet placements. One of the number one things we're doing right now is producing better photos and content. And this slide is a perfect example. If you look at that one in the corner, that's the sad puppy pose there in the shelter. And the one on top is that exact same dog just a few days later out in the play yard. And that one was taken by a professional photographer who's been volunteering his time. At that same time, while we've got that dog out, we're being able to make better observations about their personality, put those notes into the pet's profile, because so much when people are looking for pets, they're looking online, they're looking on our website. They're not coming into the shelter first. They come into the shelter after they've probably already got somebody in mind. So having good visuals, having good behavioral notes is vital. It also helps out and doing the good Facebook posts about all of that. We have wonderful volunteers and advocates, networkers, rescue groups, but if we produce good content for them to share, if they're not having to produce their own content, it goes so much faster and so much easier, and we're all more successful. So we are increasing our use of social media. We're also adding a 3rd full-time position to the foster and rescue team. That is a part of our team that was responsible for many of our animals leaving the shelter, particularly those that may have specific medical needs or behavioral needs. So it's critical. Previously, there were just 2 full-time people and 1 part-time. Now there'll be 3 full-time. I repurposed a vacant position. We're also reviewing 78 applications from rescue groups that want to be pet placement partners. I have to say that slowly. We have about 156 of these rescue groups currently. So as you can see, adding 78 more to the mix is an exponential increase. We do constantly look for new transport partners. The trick is, so is every other overcrowded animal shelter in the southern United States. Overcrowding is epidemic in this country at animal shelters, and particularly in the South. We do currently send about 20 dogs about every 2 weeks up to Minnesota. We had one of our supporters was out in New York knocking on doors in the city and out on Long Island and in other parts of the state. And, you will get 3 or 4, no, we couldn't possibly, but hey, maybe try one other person. So we continue to work on that. Well, also, I mentioned earlier, we're looking for new ways to meet people where they are. We've reached out and had initial conversations with 901FC. about participating with them next season, and we'll be placing, having some adoption events, advertising dogs during their home games, things like that. So we're very excited about adding that. And that's it.
Thank you. Well, we had a lot of discussion going on, and I forgot to get a motion and get a second motion. And want to apologize, had to make sure we're in order. Okay, now we can just go to discussion, right? Okay. Would any council member like to be recognized on this item? I think Dr. Warren is in the queue. Then Councilwoman Logan.
Just one question. The previous director, is he still on city payroll?
The previous director is still on city payroll.
Why?
Because we have a state regulatory investigation pending, including our current investigation as well. So right now, you cannot conclude and make a personnel decision while you have open investigations.
Is that a state law?
No, it's not necessarily a state law, but it's actually legally regulated at this particular point. And from our perspective, you don't want to rush. All right. So we don't want to rush that issue.
Is this because we're going to get sued?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm just saying it looks bad.
I understand.
Okay. So
I mean, we understand optics, but
okay, the optics are really bad.
I understand.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate that. I want to talk about the financials. Where are we financially as it relates to MAS? I know you, I think I read something, a post or something from you or email about us needing to euthanize some of the animals or something. If you could speak to that. I saw on there that we have a program with veterinarian programs around the country. What does that look like? Is that, are we doing internships and getting them to come here? If you could speak to that. We have 2 part-time veterinarians, but on one of the slides, it said something about some veterinary schools around the country. So what, if you could tell us what that looks like. What are the municipalities contributing, or are they required to contribute anything? Because I know we get dogs and cats and animals from all over Shelby County. So what is their role in helping to fund this, if any? I may just be in the dark myself, but I would like clarity on that. And the last one is, is there any advocacy going on in terms of regulations on sales at the state level, or vetting of sales, illegal sales, all that type of stuff? And I think I saw the advocacy, the political or government liaison here too. So if you could answer those, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. On the, I guess I'll go in reverse order. On that last one, I have not yet begun to work with the city's legislative team to institute anything. So I'm not sure if the previous director had initiated anything prior to my arrival. I can look into that and get back to you.
And when you look into it, what I'm looking for is, what are our challenges that are regulated at the state level, and how are we advocating or legislating or lobbying for those?
Right.
What items do we have before them now?
Right.
Okay.
On the third one, I believe you asked about the veterinary school. The funding. So we
municipalities
do not, yes, right. So we do not accept animals from Bartlett, Collierville, or Germantown, because they have their own shelters. So when somebody arrives with one of those animals, we redirect them to that shelter. We have on occasion, because they're not always open on the weekends, if there's been an emergency, we've taken temporary possession, but then on the next business day, the animal is transferred to the appropriate municipal shelter.
Do they pay for that?
I don't know that we've ever, it doesn't come up very often, but I don't know that they've ever been asked to pay for that. But that would be more of like an overnight from Sunday into Monday morning kind of a situation.
So there's typically no charge, and I think the same is done if or when a Memphian surrenders their animal to one of the municipal shelters, then it's returned back to us. With respect to strays, if there's some way to identify the animal in return, then we will. But typically, if there's no way to identify, then we do take responsibility and we have the intake.
But those people that surrender their dogs that are in the municipalities, they're keep
redirected.
them and redirect them.
They're redirected.
If it's an overnight stay, or over weekend stay, there's no charge at all from us to them or them to us. It's just a courtesy. How often does it happen? I'd like more information about that. If you could bring that, just kind of see how often that happens, what that looks like. Because even if it's overnight, do we have to feed them? Do we have to watch them and care for them and all that kind of stuff? So, just needed to know what the municipality's contribution is, and then the stats on how much we're involved in, animals outside, not just dogs and cats, but all animals. Yeah. And the next one is our connection with the veterinarian schools, interns, or that pipeline to get new veterinarians in.
Sure. So going back to the intake question, though, just for a moment, if I may, we do take in dogs and cats and other animals from unincorporated Shelby County and from areas within Shelby County that do not have their own animal shelter. So Lakeland, for example.
Do they pay for that?
Shelby County has previously paid $150,000 a year. That number was and they calculated that number entitled them to bring in 485 dogs, whether it was by rabies control officers or brought in by citizens from those areas. That was based on the idea that it costs $309 to care for an animal. I don't know when that number was last calculated, and I'm not an expert in this field, but being a pet owner, I know that number is nowhere near accurate.
Correct.
So we are currently in the process. We've been working on it. Actually, their staff are working on it back in the office as we speak, on creating a proper calculation for that so that we can renegotiate that contract with Shelby County.
Yeah, I think that's very important that we do that immediately. And if you could present next time more on exactly what we're doing, what it's costing us, how much we've spent, and how we're going to right size that. Yes. I'd greatly appreciate that. Yes. And if you could send it like a week before, so we'll have time to review that. But so not the municipalities. Well, I still want that information, but the unincorporated is what I was looking for, because I knew it was somewhere that we're having too many animals. Right.
Regarding
go to the veterinarian one.
The veterinary school. So the slide was in reference to the University of Florida School of Veterinary Medicine. They have a program. They're one of the top vet schools in the country. They have a program where they actually send staff members into your building and help evaluate what you're doing, create new standard operating procedures, look at ways to improve outcomes, what trainings your staff should be having, and then help get you set up for that. So that is who we have approached to assist us as we work to improve the shelter.
Not necessarily, and I love that. I'm glad you said that. I didn't know that. I do like that, but I'm more so concerned with having contacts or relationship with veterinarian schools across the country, so that we can have interns, or that we can let them know we have positions open and what those positions, those positions look like, and try to court them from the state we're in. We need to have that at every veterinarian school in the United States, some type of connection, and let them know we're welcoming them here, because this is a huge problem, and having more veterinarians, I think, would help it.
Yes, we've been working with HR as we're posting these positions. We're like, we got to advertise way outside. We need to be advertising at UC Davis, up in New York. So we're working on that. And of course, the first thing that the schools we reached out to said was, you're just wasting everybody's time until you increase pay.
So do you have a way forward to do that, or are we going to hear about that soon?
So we'll bring back all the efforts that we're making with respect to reaching out to other shelter veterinarian schools, as well as other efforts that we're looking at as far as the clinical side. So
Okay.
we'll bring that back to you.
Okay, all right. I yield back, Chair. Thank you.
We have two more. We have Walker in the queue, and after Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilwoman Green.
Council
And
members,
okay.
you know what I'm about to
Brevity.
say.
Yes.
Brevity.
Brevity, please.
See, I love y'all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming. So last week, we were down at Channel 3 together, and you had an adoptee. Is that the correct word? And I mentioned this briefly, and I don't know if you took me seriously or not, but is it possible for you to bring an adoptee to the Resource Center next week before the one Memphis? Okay.
Absolutely.
I think that'll be great. I think that'll be great.
Yes, and by the way, said was adopted within a couple hours of being on Live at 9.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. I yield the floor. Looking forward.
Just quickly. I wanted to know, ma'am. Okay, I wanted to know if we have any efforts with like senior assisted living facilities or places that may like dogs, or I know some dogs can be trained to be mental health partners or support if we were going outside of the box and looking at those types of facilities to have them adopt, maybe even at special rates or whatever, just to clear out some of the animals.
Yeah, it's on the list. Those are difficult partnerships to get established, but we have already done initial outreach to
That's
the
the
VA.
first step.
To the VA, actually.
There you go.
They don't have a residency program, but, as a way to get the word out to more veterans about the adoptions that we have
And some
available.
assisted living programs may want them too, so just reach out to everybody, send a letter, all of them. Maybe we get 10 that, on an ongoing basis, but thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Councilwoman Green, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Chief, do we have an estimated timeline of when the investigation will be completed?
We do not, unfortunately, so I can't give you that.
So do we have a timeline for how long we will continue to wait and
So,
continue to keep Mr. Coleman on the payroll?
I will consult with the city attorney, and then we'll be able to kind of brief you all as to what we can say at this particular point.
Yeah, I mean, if we have to go into
it.
attorney-client or whatever, but I just would like a timeline,
Yeah.
even if it's the same with MATA, right? We knew reports were going to take 8 weeks, if it's going to take 8 weeks, but this has been several months.
Yeah.
And we're no further along, from any information we've received on the investigation. So I would just like to know when the end is near. The other thing I would like to ask about or, mention is your partnership with the Humane Society. I know that there's also a lot of symbiotic relationships there, and how, if you have overflow, you talk to them and they talk to you, and transports and things like that. And so I just encourage council members to remember that when you're doing your grants, because that is a way that you can continue to support animals in our community. They also have a low-cost or no-cost vet clinic. They do free vaccinations. So a lot of the same services that can help a lot of our community members in need as you're considering your grant proposals. Remember that the Humane Society is one of them that can also support this work indirectly.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think that no one else is in the queue. Well, I'm going to close out as the chairperson. I echo every comment that has been made. Get Ty Coleman off of our payroll as soon and as quick as possible. Okay, well, I just said it. So I'll take the heat. I said what I said, and I'll take the heat. And maybe we need to look at other areas. I think you and I talked about some things. Maybe this should not be in our wheelhouse because we have not done a good job over the years. I yield the floor. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman White. Chair Ford.
Present. We got 2 items on the agenda today. First item is an update from TransPro Driving Excellence. All council districts requested by the administration. Now, before we get to that, I want to talk to y'all a little bit today. Very serious today. I did not want this committee pertaining to MATA, but since it was put on me, I'm trying to take care of the business at hand. We're trying to make sure everything is going to be right. When this year's almost over, holidays are coming in, a lot of things we cannot do right now, okay? I want everybody to understand that. We need to, February 3rd, that's what we're trying to get, to come back and we can give y'all an update on everything, all the new things that's going on, and we plan on making sure MATA will be taken care of. I know all council members have been getting calls. Y'all may think that we haven't been doing anything, but we've been working very hard trying to get things situated and together. I need y'all to bear with me. I really do. I know there's a lot of concerns, and I've been taking all these concerns and putting everything together, not only myself, the administration, and everyone else, everyone that's pertaining to MATA, okay? We just need the time. Everybody received a book here, okay? I want y'all to read it. Because once we are completed and get everything in order, we don't want to come back and visit MATA no more. We want to move to other things, because when I get through with MATA, there's some other issues we need to take care of. Mayor, I don't want you to be embarrassed, okay? A lot of people embarrass people nowadays. A lot of people don't want you to be the mayor. I got your back right this minute. I ain't got nothing to lose, okay? I want everything to work for the city of Memphis. I need everybody to understand that. I really do. I'm kind of tired. It's been a lot of mess. Time out for mess. It really is. We got to move forward, everybody. We can't move forward the way in which we're doing. We really and truly can't. We got to make a difference. And I really want everybody to kind of understand. Give me a little more time. Mayor's going to present. We're going to give dates. We're going to give all these plans that we have. Not only that, people I know were talking about the layoff. This day is a day in which we have to kind of take care of business, because the layoff was supposed to have been starting in November. We want to try to eliminate that if we can. Am I right, Mayor? Yeah. So, you know, I don't believe this holiday coming up, people don't need to not have a job. Okay? We're going to make a difference today, okay? Very, very important. That's why, you know, after my meeting, personnel, government, Councilwoman Easter Thomas will come right back in, okay? That's where we can try to take care of the business at hand today. Very crucial and important, okay? I need everybody to understand that today, okay? I'm going to be quiet right now, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Mayor, okay? And let the record show that Councilwoman Logan has joined us also, okay? Thank you. Go right ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman. Paul Young, Mayor of Memphis, 125 North Main. Thank you guys for having us here today. Excited to have this conversation around MATA. As you all know, we've been having discussions for a number of months, and the administration and the MATA executive leadership team have been meeting weekly for the past couple of months as well. And we've been talking about a path forward. We're still finalizing that path, as Chairman Ford alluded to. Even just yesterday, we were meeting and talking about ways that we may be able to hold off on the cuts. And so more conversation to come on that front. but that is the direction that we are attempting to head together. As you all know, one of the first steps that we wanted to do was really get some external analysis of how we are doing from an operational perspective, and that's what this TransPro report is. And so I'm going to allow John Lewis, who can introduce himself, who has been the person here that's been spending about 4 days a week, every week for the past couple of months in Memphis, working with the MATA team. He's going to outline some of the findings. And then obviously one of the ones that you know of that has been in the media is the move that we are proposing to replace the MATA board. They've served nobly over the years, and this is not an indication of them or their integrity. This is a hard reset. We got some hard work to do over the next couple of months to really stabilize this organization and get it to a place where it is serving the citizens in the manner that they deserve. And that is all of our goal, and we are in this together. I mean, administration, council, MATA, all of us are working on behalf of the residents of this community, and this is just the first step as we take a hard reset with the board and continue the hard work with the MATA team as we work to really reimagine transportation in our city. So I'm going to turn it over to John Lewis and let him walk through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Young. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm John Lewis, principal at TransPro Consulting. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning to go over the preliminary findings that we have come up with as we are working with the city administration and the MATA leadership to transform the agency, to make a hard turn in the trajectory of the agency in providing public transit services to the citizens of the community. If I may move to the next slide. What we've learned over the last couple of months, the contract that a public service agency has with the community in exchange for the tens of millions of dollars of public funding that the community invests in the agency is the fundamental agreement that the agency will deliver high-quality service in exchange for that funding. Unfortunately, that is not the exchange that has occurred with the Memphis Area Transit Authority. Now, I want to be very clear that the problems that MATA is facing has been created over a number of years. It has not been created overnight, but the situation that the agency finds itself has not been addressed over the last several months. TransPro has been engaged with the agency in the past, and as a result of the inability or unwillingness of the agency in the past to address the challenges that us as a consulting firm and other firms have made recommendations, we severed our agreement with the agency. And we find ourselves not surprised the situation that the agency finds itself in at this moment. Next slide. So MATA's failed in the three basic areas in regard to that contract with the community. In order for an agency to be successful, it needs to create satisfied customers, it needs to have community trust, and it needs to optimize the investment that the community makes in the agency. Next slide. When we look at the failure that the agency has made in these areas, I'm going to take them one by one, and I'll describe the reasons that we found for these failures. In regard to satisfied customers, we found the factors contributing to the customer dissatisfaction. 3 reasons: fleet condition, staffing shortages, and misaligned spending priorities. Next slide. Customer satisfaction. Within the first couple of weeks of our engagement, we conducted a customer survey. Our survey team spoke with close to 700 MATA customers at the transit centers and onboard MATA buses. Now, we've also did this. I spoke about our prior engagement with the agency, and we provided customer surveys in 2018 and 2021. So we had a baseline of comparison for our customer satisfaction surveys. And we found that our customer satisfaction has dropped precipitously over the last couple of years. In 2018, customer satisfaction was 75%. In 2021, it had dropped to 64%. And in September of this year, it had dropped to 38%. The reasons for that drop in customer satisfaction are very simple. Poor on-time performance, lengthy travel times on board buses, and low-frequency service. Now, I want to highlight low-frequency service. This is a structural problem. MATA operates 24 routes currently. Of those routes, almost half of those routes have intervals, which we in the industry call headways, of greater than an hour. That's the intervals of time that you will wait between bus number 1 and bus number 2. Half of those routes are greater than 1 hour. Many of those routes are 90 minutes or more. And some of those routes, 4 are 2 hours or greater. So imagine standing at a bus stop and you miss that bus and have to wait 2 more hours before the next bus comes. There isn't another system in the country that has headways or intervals of 2 hours. This is the kind of structural misalignment that we find in MATA. MATA customers simply want reliable service, and they aren't getting that today. Next slide. Fleet condition. MATA has too many buses not in service. Today's routes, the route structure and the schedule calls for 74 vehicles to be put in service each and every day. On average, over the last 2 months, around 56 buses go into service each day. That's what we have seen since our engagement in August. That means 24% of those vehicles never leave the operating base each day. Now, I hearken back, if you're on one of those routes that the schedule calls for 2-hour service, and a quarter of those vehicles don't even leave the base, and you have to wait 2 hours for the next one, there's no question why customer satisfaction is so low. 90 out of 98 buses are overdue for engine replacement, and MATA hasn't procured a new bus since 2018. FTA regulations require or stipulate that you purchase a vehicle a minimum of 500,000 miles every 12 years. So the standard is that you replace 1/8 of your fleet every year. MATA hasn't replaced a bus since 2018. This is not your personal vehicle where you try to maximize the years that you own your vehicle and you put it in service so that you maximize the return on that. It's been over 6 years since MATA has replaced its vehicles, replaced any vehicle. In order to defray this impact, MATA, back in the spring, acquired 27 pre-owned buses from Tucson. 6 months later, those 27, only 21 of those 27 have not been put into service. So they took the incremental action to try and address this, but still haven't fully utilized those vehicles. So it's clear that MATA has a fleet problem, and they have to address this crisis immediately. Next slide. Staffing shortages. So we've heard suggestions that the management team wants to lay off. We think that the actual opposite action should be taking place. Buses are late 36% of the time. We talked about a minute ago the equipment issues, but there are also staffing shortages. And the layoffs will just exacerbate this. Right now, MATA has spent over $1 million year to date in overtime. And if this trend continues, that will be over 1.4 million by the end of this year in overtime. This is a spiral that will continue to worsen as you put more stress on the current staff. More people will call off, more people will call in sick, more people will miss work as they continue to bear the burden of continued work, long work days, long work weeks, and this will continue to worsen. MATA should continue to hire more staff, not lay staff off. Next slide. Spending priorities. While MATA has missed the basics of providing service to maintain its fleet, to hire and train staff, MATA is chasing shiny objects, the electrification of its fleet, bus rapid transit projects, very complicated capital projects, which, if the basics of transit operations were being met, these would be laudable projects to pursue. But when you can't make your basic service needs of your customers, these are pie in the sky projects, endeavors that should be delayed until you can meet the basic needs of your customers. Going back to the surveys that we conducted, it is very clear that MATA customers want three things. They want their bus to arrive on time, they want their travel time to be minimized, and they want to be able to rely on their bus service. Next slide. We'll move on to the second item, community trust. There are three things that contribute to the lack of community trust: accountability, performance focus, and one positive: there is clear support for public transit in the Memphis community, but just not this form of public transit. Next slide. Accountability and communication. It's a clear lack of board oversight over the agency. There's a limited explanation of financial decisions. And as I mentioned, community mistrust over the finances. Next slide. In our observation since August, the FY25 budget was adopted 100 days after the start of the fiscal year. MATA's fiscal year begins July 1st and ends June 30th. The FY25 budget was adopted in September. That is more than 100 days after the beginning of the fiscal year. Management's requests were not focused upon the customer. And since 2022, based upon our review of the financial information that we were able to acquire, there was over $125 million in contract authority given to the management team despite dwindling financial resources. Next slide. When I go back to, as I mentioned, the customer surveys that we have performed, we've also provided community surveys. We not only surveyed the customers who ride the service, but did phone surveys of the broader community. There is broad support for public transit in the Memphis community. 85% of those that we surveyed believe that public transit is an important and valued service to the community. And these are people who may never step foot on a MATA bus. But only 26% of those surveyed believe that MATA managed their finances appropriately. So the community believes in public transit, but doesn't believe that MATA manages their finances well. Next slide. The most important thing from a community standpoint is that MATA connects people to jobs, MATA provides mobility to low-income families, and MATA connects people to medical facilities from our surveys. That is the belief of the community. Yet, when we surveyed the actual riders, less than half of the people that we surveyed utilize MATA to connect to jobs. That's a 50% drop from our last survey. MATA should focus on providing connection to jobs and medical trips. Next slide. Factors that need to be addressed to optimize the city's investment: financial stability and governance. Next slide. From a financial stability, during our review, we found that the MATA Finance Department, the MATA agency has been without a chief financial officer for more than 1 year. They have outsourced this to a contractor during that time period. The MATA Finance Department is inadequately staffed. The team has limited financial capability, and the systems they use are inadequately, are broken. There's inadequate use, and many of them are double used with other, overlaid with other systems. And so you have automated systems of Munis that is overlaid with Excel spreadsheets because the team is inadequately trained to get the greatest use of the automated systems that they're used. Now, I will say the staff is working hard to try to get the most out of the system, but it's clear that they are inadequately trained, that some of the staff just don't have the capability to get the greatest use out of it. And you're seeing the results of that in terms of their limited ability to track their finances, to make any kind of long-term modeling of their financial resources, of their revenues and expenditures of the agency. Next slide. So in our report, we made 27 specific recommendations to turn the page on the agency. I'm going to focus on 5 specific recommendations that we believe in the short term will drive change in the agency. Next slide. Align service delivery with service design, fix and replace the fleet, hire and train operators, address the financial crisis, and pause capital investments. Next slide. So in terms of aligning service delivery, a lot of discussion and focus has been given over the last weeks and months over the November 3rd cuts and service changes. Fact right now is the MATA's bus service costs 29% more per revenue hour when compared to their peers, and the quality of the experience from a customer standpoint is 51% below the national average. We believe the solution is to identify cost efficiencies by reducing administrative overhead, hire more operators to reduce overtime costs, and develop and deliver a transit model that puts the customer first. So you've got to come up with a service delivery design that puts the customer first, not just meeting a bottom line number. Next slide. very clear, as outlaid earlier, that we have a fleet maintenance problem. We've got to put a primary focus on fixing and developing a fleet maintenance plan. That begins with paying vendors who have stopped providing parts due to non-payment. Now, this is both a financial problem, but also a fleet plan problem. We need to prioritize vendors that provide parts to the vehicles that need to go onto the street. So MATA needs to create a triage plan that prioritizes fixing buses, getting them on the street to provide service to their customers. Next slide. And then hire and train operators. This is not a time to be firing and operators, but we need to bring operators on, cut overtime, and provide optimal service and on-time performance to your customers. Next slide. Address the financial crisis. MATA needs to bring on a change-focused chief financial officer, create a financial plan that positions MATA to deliver a sustainable, focused plan that puts the customer first and take action on this plan. Next slide. And then finally, pause capital investments. Until MATA can deliver the most basic public transit services to deliver on-time, reliable service, focusing on capital projects that they have limited capacity to deliver needs to be deferred until they can meet the most basic needs of the customer. And steps should be taken to work with their funding partners, stakeholders like the Federal Transit Administration, to defer these projects so they can put all of their funding, all of their energies, all of their focus on delivering basic service to customers, and any financial savings that they can put from a capital standpoint should be diverted to replacing old buses and buying new vehicles so that you can provide reliable service to the customers as quickly as possible. Next slide. That concludes our presentation. I will return to Mayor Young, and if there are any questions that I can answer, be more happy to answer those. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got anything else to say right now? Now, y'all have seen this right now, okay? I don't want y'all to be asking a lot of questions, because if y'all want to ask a lot of questions, y'all should have been coming to me a long time ago. I'm trying to put this together. Now, if y'all got a problem, you can have this seat today. Now, if y'all got a problem, let me know. Y'all can have this seat right now, and y'all can try to take it over. I'm trying to get this done. I'm serious today. I don't want to keep coming back to matters that gave me a headache. I don't want to come back to the council that's going to give me a headache. We're trying to take care of business today. Now, all I want y'all to do is tell me, you got a problem? Come take this seat today. Or you better need to listen to us today. Let's move forward, not backwards. I'm ready to move forward. Everybody want to sit here and say, how are we going to do it? I'm going to tell you how you do it. Say a prayer first and move on. Some of y'all are devils. I'm going to call you out today. God dog it. It ain't going to work. Not going to work. But now you can have a seat. Are we going to move forward today? I brought all these new people in, a diverse group of people, and we getting ready to make some changes. Don't nobody like it? We've decided on our meeting. Got to go. So let's get this done today. I don't want to hear nothing behind me, on the side of me, and this, that, and the other. Y'all may not like me today, and I really don't care. I ain't got nothing to lose. Hell, I can retire right now. I'm staying for one reason. I'm trying to make this city what it should be. I don't want to go behind no more. I'm tired. I'm tired. Y'all may not be tired, but you better start getting tired because I'm going to call everybody out with the bullshit. Now we're going to move on. And Mayor, I'm not going to call anybody's name right now. We're not going to do any talking until the end. I want you to bring this group that we're here, introduce, where y'all will know something about it. But like I said, y'all can have this today. Each one of us, there's 13 council members. None of us have no more authority than the other. I want y'all to know that right now. Nobody. We have to do this together. We can do it together or we can mess up again. We're trying to correct things right now. And there's only one way to do it, okay? And administration, council, we're gonna be working this together this time. You know, behind the scenes, hey, I've been working hard and hey, I didn't have to do any of these things. I really didn't. I've been on you kind of hard, hadn't I? Huh?
Yes, sir.
And what I tell you the other day, 1, 2, third strike, you're out. That's how I feel about anybody and everybody, okay? I give you chance after chance, but the third strike, you're out. I really don't care anymore, okay? Like I said, I don't have nothing to lose. Nothing. I can go home. And hell, I really want to go home. I'm just being honest, but I can't go home because, hell, what's going on here? And I'm kind of tired of all these missing people. I'm going to be here until I die, if that's the case. I hope it's not soon, but I'm going to accomplish something before. I'm just being serious today. Chief, I done met with you how many times? I've been on you.
Yes, sir.
You know, some of these people don't want to understand. All of them is about messy stuff. I'm not into mess. I've been there, done that, hell, 20-some years ago, okay? But let me tell you something. When I was on the council before, we had our differences, but when it came down to the business of the city, we took care of business. It ain't that way right now. Everybody want to act like they somebody. Ain't nobody, and I'm not nobody either. I'm just an ordinary doggone person. I don't want to be nobody. I want to be just me. You know? Give you a good typical example. They say, hey, if you had $1 million, would you like to have $1 million or would you like to be worth $1 million? I would like to be worth it. Because you can have $1 million today and broke as hell tomorrow. But if you're worth $1 million, you have friends, you have people, you can make a difference. We got to wake up, y'all. This city had moved, period. Man, we ready to move this city. And if y'all don't want to be on this train, go somewhere else. Because, hey, we can really make a difference. And you know what, in time out for all this mess, okay? Yeah, but I want you to bring all your people that we're looking at. And then, like I said, when it comes down to funds, oh, we've been talking about that, so please don't talk. I don't want to hear nobody talking about no funds, all right, today? That's why I said pray first, and then we move on, okay? But, man, you bring them, and let's see this group that we're trying to bring in to make this difference, everybody. Please. This is the end of the year. We don't have much time. We got to move today. But like I said, if y'all don't, you can have this. I can go home. I don't care about mess. I want to make sure this city goes forward, okay? Before I do retire, before I die, I can say at least I've done something for this city. I hadn't sit there and wanted to be this, that, the other, and then didn't do anything, okay? Go right ahead.
I
Yeah.
just have a point. Are we just going to listen to the mayor and we just want to go to the appointments?
Well, we're going to go to the appointments. Then after we get your appointments and you know about everybody and what they're standing for, then we can go to questions. If somebody got a question, okay? Yeah.
Point of
But
information.
Yeah.
Point of information, Chairman. So if we go directly to appointments, we'll be adjourning this committee and then we'll be shifting to personnel.
No.
So I don't think that's what your intent is.
That's not what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
We're going, hey, personnel will be the next committee coming right after this. I want the mayor to just give a little information about them. We're going to go forward. Then not only that, I'm going to bring a resolution up.
Okay, and then another.
Councilwoman Green. Then after we finish all of that, yes, then we're going to go into personnel. But we're going to have questions if y'all got a few questions. I don't want 100 questions because we got still a lot of work to do, and we really don't need to let people know a lot of the different things right now. We will let them know.
Okay, I'm still in the queue. I know that, a couple council members do have some inquiries for TransPro before we shift to the appointees. I know your preference is for us to limit questioning. I know that was your request, but I know some council members have some brief questions for TransPro, because once TransPro is out the way, I don't think we're gonna bring them back up unless you want to bring them back up for some of the inquiries from council members. Okay.
I don't want nobody go anywhere. This is the day. We've had enough time. We've done studies. Your job, a lot of people didn't even know who you really were when you met them, okay? That's how we wanted it. Just being honest now. We wanted it that way, okay? Because if they knew who you were, they could sit there and tell you the biggest lie in the world. But we didn't want that. That's why I say, hey, new day. But now, I just want you to introduce this group. Then we're going to still go back to you. I'm going to get to these people that got some questions. And I hope you got some good questions, because I'm going to cut you off if it ain't a good question, okay? Yeah. And then we're going to go. Go right here.
All right, thank you. So just as you heard from the report from TransPro, one of the suggestions was to ensure that we have a strong board governance. We took the aggressive action of going ahead and replacing the full board. And that was just to demonstrate that it's not indicative of any one person that served on the prior board. It's about a hard reset. And we believe that we have a strong team of individuals that have agreed to serve. And I'm just going to kind of run through them. I don't have their full bios, but I know of all of them, so I can speak from the heart about each one. Brandon Arendelle, who is a sharp individual that works in the finance field. He's a money manager. And as we talk about ensuring that we... Yes, he as we talk about strengthening financial management, I know that that's a lens that he'll be able to support. Cynthia Bailey, who is known for her advocacy within the community and has worked with the Bus Riders Union for many years, is someone who I didn't know personally. I've met her before, but she came highly regarded from people within the community. Emily Greer, who was a former CAO for ALSAC, and has her own leadership consulting firm, does a lot of work around HR. And as we think about this next chapter for this organization, strong leadership is really important, and I think that she brings that and exemplifies that in her work daily. Sandy Klink, who I know from my many years working in housing and community development as the former executive director of the Memphis Center for Independent Living, is an advocate for the disability community. And as we talk about transit in our community, we need to make sure that it's accessible to all, and I think that she will bring that lens. Brian Marflack is a VP from FedEx, and he works in logistics planning. As we think about how to make sure that we have a very strong route implementation, as we look at how we reimagine MATA, having his lens, having done logistics literally around the world, and he's right here in Memphis, I think is important, and so we were honored that he would agree to serve. Jackson McNeil, who I'm almost sure he's an urban planner, has been working in transportation, and he works with a local nonprofit leading their transportation initiatives, and really has a strong lens for transit, and so really incredibly sharp young man. Anna McQuiston, who is the president of the development district in this area. She brings a regional lens, and she's done so many great things throughout her career, and I think that she will certainly be a strong leader within the board from that perspective. Dana Pointer, who is the CEO of Preserver Partners, also brings a strong financial lens as she does that daily in her day job. And then lastly, Maya Siggers, who is an attorney, has worked for many years in municipal law. I think now she's in private practice, but incredibly sharp. And as a former city attorney, assistant city attorney, she knows local government very well, and I think she'll bring a strong lens to the board as well. And so that's kind of a brief synopsis of the board, and I think that it is the right group of people to help guide MATA at this important time. This really is an inflection point for the organization, and as Bakar and I talk often, we talk about the fact that, yeah, it's difficult right now, but on the backside, it's going to be so much better. And so it's challenging going through times like this, but it's going to make this organization and our city stronger. Thank you.
I'm going to turn the floor over to Chairman Smiley. You have something to say you want this here?
Absolutely. So I think you know, just thinking through where we are, you know, I think the suggestion and, you know, what the conversation is in the community based on, you know, the actions that this body could potentially take and the actions that the mayor could potentially take, we're essentially saying, MATA's not working, let's blow it up and start it over. And Mr. Lewis gave a very thorough presentation about you know, some of the areas of opportunities and way forward. And I think, you know, we push back and we replace the entire could potentially replace the entire MATA board. And one of the reasons for potentially replacing the entire MATA board is that their board did not do their due diligence by asking the right questions. And, you know, I think in a similar situation, I think this body has to ask questions based on the information that we received in this report, but not only information received in the report. Y'all get calls as much as I do. Y'all understand, you know, the challenges that we face as a city, how many people are advocating for MATA's longevity, viability. I think, you know, it's incumbent upon us to have those conversations in public, but also incumbent upon us to ask the tough questions to Mr. Lewis so we can get a better understanding. We're not transportation experts, but we are people who are, you know, required. We took an oath to put the people first. So, you know, I just don't think we can sit quietly while we're hearing from an individual saying, blow it up, start over, do it again. We got to ask questions. So with that being said, one of the things that, you know, I want to talk about particularly, I think one of the suggestions you made is essentially cease all terminations or layoffs. And then you have a part of your presentation that talked about, you know, shoring up MATA's financial stability. And I think it's a dilemma that this body has to take with a great deal of caution, but also optimism for what it could be. What I don't know is, you know, I'm gonna just say it as plainly as I can, where do we find the money? Because, I mean, we can, you know, we don't have to lay off people, but we still have to have a funding source. Where do we lay off the money? Do you talk about anywhere in this report? And, you know, I haven't got through all the pages, but I want to know if you pointed to anywhere in your report, where does this body find the money? This is the appropriating body. So we need to know, where do we find the money? And I went through your resume. you've been doing the work, brother. So hey, hats off to you. But where do you find the money?
Sure. Great question, sir. When we began our effort, this was supposed to be a dual track effort. TransPro was brought on to take a look at the operations. At the same time, there was to be a deep dive into the financial side of the equation. For multiple reasons, that effort was delayed. We, midway through, were asked to subcontract to bring on a financial partner. We did that, but we were more than halfway through our organizational assessment. We brought on a partner, M3 Partners, but we were 6 weeks into an 8-week effort. We did not want to wait any longer to provide our organizational and operational recommendations, waiting for the finance side of it. And so the financial questions and answers are still coming. And so stay tuned for that. But at the same time, we believe that we've found enough to say that, number one, we've been there long enough to say that MATA is either unwilling at this point or unable to answer many of the financial questions. And so we believe that really we need to get in there and make some significant changes in order to answer some basic questions from the financial standpoint.
Okay, so
can I just add to that? Because I want to answer your question specifically. Where do we find the money? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of what the analysis demonstrates for MATA, if they find that there are sources that can be used to help bridge and get more funding in, certainly that's great. But barring finding more resources that can be used and applied to MATA within the organization, the question still comes back to this body and the administration: where do we find more resources? And that's something that our team is exploring. We don't have the answer yet, and that's quite frankly, I've met with a number of groups that have talked to us about pausing the cuts and the layoffs and those things. And with that ask of MATA, I also understand that the ask of us is to find a way to bridge that gap. And so that is what we are working to identify right now, is what that delta is, how much does that actually cost per month that we're asking for them to delay, and we will bring that back when we identify an answer.
And so here's one of the issues that I have with I guess what I heard and the entirety of the beginning of the presentation. So I think what you just said, Mr. Lewis, is we don't have a clear financial picture of where MATA is, but you're also telling us to continue to allow MATA to spend more money when we don't have a clear financial picture. That's one thing that I've noted. And the second thing I noted, you said that you got to get with MATA's team to kind of get a better understanding. Let me ask you this. Have you had an opportunity to sit down and have a thorough conversation with their interim CEO or her leadership team? Have you sat down and talked with them about what they've been doing since she took over? Or is it more so community focused, more so focused on some of the folks outside of the executive suite of MATA?
Yes, we talked with the leadership team at MATA, both myself and our operations team.
Okay, and then my next question, I think you made a statement regarding that MATA hasn't purchased any new buses since 2018. I think at some point in time, I don't know, I'm sure Councilwoman Walker knows, because listen, she's like the MATA guru up here. I know at some point I heard something about MATA purchasing buses. I know the used buses came in at one point, and I believe some new buses came in, or at least purchased some buses at some point in time. I know we heard something along those lines. Am I wrong, council members? Are we? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what we were told untrue, or is it something you just haven't discovered yet? I don't know. I know we heard it. I don't know the answer to that question. And I usually don't like to ask questions I don't know, but from time to time, it happens up here because we're learning things every single time. electric buses?
Let me say this. I'm the chair today. All the questions that you're asking will be answered. I keep saying, please, if you want this committee, you can come and take it. Other than that, I want everybody to let me handle this right now, okay? Questions that you're asking, some of them we don't want to answer right this second. You will get the answers of everything. When you're talking about finding money, we know how to try to find money. Help us try to find it. I want everybody to help us try to find it, okay? Let's make this perfectly clear today. I don't want nobody, no council members today need to be negative. We want to be positive today. Positive, not a negative person today. If you got something negative, please keep it to yourself. Go tell the media something negative, okay? I want you to do that today, okay? This is not a day just to show that, hey, you can talk today. Go talk to the media. Hey, y'all be glad to go out there and talk to whoever you want for some negativeness, because we positive in here today. You know, please. You act like I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, I'm 69 years old. I've been on the council before y'all were even born. It's not a game for me today. It's really not. You know, ask real questions today to these people that I have here. Don't make up something if you can't help me today. Ms. Malden, I want you to answer that question. I'm not going to sit here and let y'all just talk all this nonsense today, okay? Y'all can. And then I don't talk to the media, but I will be glad to call people out today with y'all, okay? You understand? Hands up. Thumbs up. Since they say you can't speak. Thumbs up. Not thumbs down. Thumbs up today. Go right ahead, Ms. Malton. Don't play with me, y'all, today. Please don't play today. This is serious business today. I've lost sleep over this. I don't know about y'all. I've lost sleep over this. We're going to handle it. And then, like I said, when we handle this, we got other business to handle. That's the police department. We're going to get them too. Fire? We're going one at a time. We're going to take care of the business at hand where we can grow. I don't need no negative people today. None. Let's be positive today. Look at these people we're trying to bring. Everybody got their expertise. I got number people. I got people bus riders. I got the right people here. You know, let me tell you about the other board. I have no problem with them. Had to get rid of all of them. Can't get rid of one because media might go and bring up, we got rid of some of them. Didn't get rid of the others. We don't want no negative on that. You know, when our last meeting, I asked for the 15th. They went and did something completely different. They could have done. So, hey, but we got to take care of business. We can't just sit back. That's what I said. I hadn't been playing, you know. So I don't know what everybody else been doing, but I don't play. I'm too old to play. You know, let me tell y'all something. I hurt so bad up here today. I hurt my back. My chest is bothering me real bad. But I told my wife yesterday, if they had to bring me on a stretcher to be at this meeting today, I was coming. Because I'm tired of the bull. Okay? I'm not going to say nothing. Ms. Malton explain to these people, okay?
Good morning, Bakara Malden, interim excuse me, I'm sorry. Bakara Malden, interim CEO, Memphis Area Transit Authority, and good morning. Just a point of clarity, in March of this year, we did receive 8 new buses. They're all Gillick buses, which are in line with our fleet, but we did receive them in March of this year.
That's all for me, Chairman. I'm gonna continue listening and jot down more questions, but I just, I think council members, we have a job to do. I think, we can't sit back and say, MATA, woe is MATA, we gotta fix MATA without trying to make sure we're making the right decisions. We can't be critical or critique the previous MATA board if we're not willing to do our job by asking thorough questions, reading the information that's put forth before us. And Chairman Ford is right. This is serious business. We got to take it serious. We need to focus on the way forward. So just be mindful of that as we're making decisions today. Ask questions, get information. If you don't have the information, ask for that information. I think that's a requirement of this body. So with that, I yield the floor, Chairman.
Thank you. And one other thing, I just want to say, like I said before, these are crucial times. I don't want to lay anybody off. That's why I said today is very important. People need their job. Okay? Very, very important. We want to protect everybody's job. We want to make sure, especially now, if this was maybe March, might be a different story, but it's too close to holiday time. See, because we got about another week and a half. Won't nobody be around? It's turkey time. I'm not going to work. I got time. I got this. I'm trying to be honest with everybody, okay, today. Okay? I don't want to have to call and show nobody answers the phone. That's why it's very crucial to handle things now. If y'all don't think so, hey, we just well dissolve everything and us too. Okay? Why you need a council? Why you need a mayor? And I ain't gonna say that because I wanted to say y'all wouldn't be like Trump, dictator. And then, hey, mess up everything. Or do y'all want to work together? I believe in working together. We can go much further working together, okay? And like I said, I ain't sit back and just said, it didn't make me no difference. We've been meeting, okay? And this is important. And like I said, we got too many other things. We got to do one thing at a time and handle it the right way. I've been on you real bad, hadn't I? Huh? I don't mind being on people. Like I said, I'm just trying to make a difference, okay? And I want all our council members, hey, let's make a difference, y'all. Let's bring this coming year with some worthwhile, okay? And I'm gonna let you speak right now. Come on.
Okay, so I don't have to wait.
No, you can, if you got a question right now. If you want to go to personnel, we can go to personnel, but if it's any other question.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions. First question, Mr. Lewis, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for coming. A few months ago, we were dealing with a supercomputer, XAI, and I was saying we need XAI for a fifth grader. Layman's terms, simple information. We ended up having a public forum for that. And so I want to say that again in this context, MATA finances for a fifth grader. In layman's terms, for a fifth grader, can you explain the intersectionality between the CFO, the finance department, and solutions moving forward? And I know you've touched on that already, but for a fifth grader, if you would indulge, I would appreciate it.
So as of right now, there are two things that we know for sure. Over the last several years, MATA has been spending more money than they've brought in, hence the deficit situation that they're facing. Two, they need to hire a qualified chief financial officer. They have outsourced that to a private consultant for the last year and are paying exponentially more for those services than they would for a full-time MATA employee. Third, they are not adequately trained for the systems that the financial systems that they are utilizing to track their expenditures and their revenues. And so the third item is contributing to the first issue. They are spending more than they have because they're not able to adequately track their revenues and expenditures. And so what we're trying to do is to get a handle on how much actual money they have and how much they are actually spending, because we can't get a handle on that through the current systems that they have. So we can't put actual dollars on that at this moment, but we're endeavoring to do that.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And when you say systems, are you speaking to software, things like that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And one more. To the appointees, I'm about to ask you a yes or no question. If the response is yes, raise your hand. If your response is no or other, just take no action. And Mr. Chair, I'm gonna keep this positive, okay? Just trust me, okay? Since October of 2023, that's just a little over a year ago, how many of you all, yes or no, have rode a MATA bus? Thank you. So to those of you who were not able to raise your hand, I would encourage you to do that, take that opportunity. I'm sure there will be some value and discovery in that. And if schedules allow for me to join one of you, I would like to do that with one of you as well. And thank you for your honesty and your sharing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. Next, Councilwoman Green. Let me get you later.
Okay.
Please, because once I call your name, I want to present that. Is that okay? Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief. Mine is the clarifying question for me, so I can understand how we're moving forward. So this administration contracted an audit, and you are presenting the findings. Part of the audit was for operations, part of it was financial. From what you said, you completed the financial side, the operational audit. Did I hear you correctly in saying that your organization or company or agency is also going to complete the financial audit as well? Mayor or Mr. Proch?
So when we initially proposed it, we were going to have TransPro do the operational side. I think we were working with PwC to do the financial side. There were some issues with the contracting with PwC, so about halfway through the TransPro audit, they did a subcontract. They did a subcontract with TransPro to do some of the financial aspects of the organization. We're still going to do something with PwC. We're just figuring out that contract. But they are doing and I don't know the bifurcation, the separation, but they're doing a part of the financial review right now, and they're looking at mid-November to be done with that.
So PwC,
they will still.
Is that a forensic audit, a financial audit?
I'm gonna let the finance person, because I always get in trouble when I use that word.
And the reason why I'm asking
is,
I understand and I appreciate that, Mayor. The reason why I'm asking is because as a council member, this board is fiscally responsible for that aspect. And I know that operations impacts that, but we cannot, and I'm not sure of the way forward, Chairman, so I respect it, just let me know if this is coming subsequent or is today just the opening or what, but I am mostly concerned about the forensic financial audit because I do know that for a year, or when Ms. Bakari came in, there were no financials, so nobody, could know that. So I think, so is it correct that the financial person that was brought on was to give some type of financial information for us to have? Is that correct, Mr. Person?
Yes, ma'am. Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. So there's several entities that are involved right now. MATA has an interim CFO who is a private contractor working for, I guess, a privately held firm who is managing day to day. To Mr. Lewis's point, that person has not had the opportunity to do everything because they're trying to catch up from, I guess, a prolonged absence of the previous CFO. And the partners that they've established, which is M3, is going to provide context for the current environment. So one of the questions, in other words, one of the questions that they're asking is, where are we today? What type of funding do we have today? And M3, I believe is the name of the firm, will be providing that context. But then a larger question, which is I think what you're speaking to, is around the forensic nature of it, or basically a look back into the past, maybe like the pre-COVID period going forward. What happened during that period? Because if you think and look at what Mr. Lewis has presented, he talked at some length about many years led to where we are today.
That's what he opened up on, and that's
yes, ma'am.
why I'm asking. I'm not trying to go in the past to dig up and point the blame. We can't do that right now. But we do have to have an understanding. If he's coming from a perspective of this has happened over many of years, then okay, well, how does that impact where we are now, or does it? If it doesn't impact where we are now, let's not talk about that. Are we starting from here and going forward? And if so, how are we moving forward? We can't move forward until we hear the financials. And those, however y'all get those financials, if you're saying, you have your own way forward, I'm fine with that. We just need them. And they need to be correct, accurate. They need to be audited, whatever we need some financials that are current and accurate for us to even speak to this situation. I totally appreciate. And it was very clear, very easy to understand your presentation, and I get that. I'm going to go back and get this, even though I'm going to go back and read this. But you gave us a view this morning that enlightened us, and we were able to follow. We need the same exact thing on the financial side. Now, if I know the current person, financial consultant, are they working with you and with you, administration, and with the, so I'm trying to understand, how are we coming to get this? When are we going to get the financials, and how is it coming about?
Well, I don't want to speak for Mr. Lewis because, again, M3 is the firm that's partnering with TransPro to do the current
They're not
state.
here today?
I don't think there are representatives here, but my understanding is probably by late November, they should have something tangible. Now, the forensic analysis, which will look back probably to 2020 or so and move forward, will be a longer process, but that will get you to the final result of the path that I guess essentially MATA took to get to where they are now.
So they won't need that, M3 won't need that to give us the report in November?
M3 should be able to look at the current financial records and see exactly where we are now. In other words, a stake in the ground and say, how much money you have in the bank now.
Right.
That's one argument. But then the other argument is,
how much are you getting in, and how much
you're
going to need
how much
to go
did you have then, and what happened to it?
That's where, so we won't get that until November. Is that what you all are saying? All right, and Chair, so my question is, right now, what is your expectation, or what is the expectation of council at this moment? Or how would you like for us to proceed as chair of this committee, knowing that the financials won't come until November?
Well, I'm gonna let the mayor and him answer that.
Thank you.
One thing about it, we're trying to move with the new board, all the rest, put everything in place where they can get to work now. Okay? That's one thing that we're trying to do. When it comes to money, figures, we're still working with that. We kind of know where some of the money is, things like that, and what we want to do. And like I said, I don't want to lay nobody off right now.
I totally,
A lot of them are not
yes.
supposed, shouldn't have,
Yes, sir.
anybody, especially when the trolley went down, and we got to maneuver to make a difference, because my main thing, I don't want nobody to be laid off right now. That's why we're moving forward with this today, because November was the deadline for laying off people. And we want to stop that ASAP. You know, and I'm gonna let the mayor he can finish, and then if Antonio want to say something, what we got.
Yeah, so our only ask of today are the board appointments. And today was about updating this body on the work that TransPro has done to date. As the chair indicated, the administration, like I said, has been meeting weekly with MATA. We've been having dialogues around what is it going to take to pause the cuts that are pending, looming November 3rd. We don't have the final answer today, but that's the direction that we're going, is trying to figure out what pot of money are we going to be able to use, if any, to be able to halt, to stall the cuts and keep the system moving as it is until February 3rd, as the chair indicated. And so we hope to be able to give you an answer within the next week or two.
Did you say February 3rd or November 3rd? Are you saying February?
So they're currently slated to take place November 3rd, and the ask is, can we extend that to February 3rd? That is our goal. So that is our charge right now, to work with MATA on to see if that's possible.
And you all, administration is finding the money for us to be able to halt the November activity to February, and you all are going to come back and let us know that information.
Yes, finding the money, I feel a certain way when I hear the word find the money, because it's like it came from nowhere. We got to we want to identify a source to be able to stave it off.
And that is based on the current model.
That is based on the current model. And during that time period, it is our hope that the board is able to get up to speed and understand all of the things that are happening. We will be doing more additional research and partnership with MATA, and figuring out where there are opportunities for more efficiencies, so that we can have a full-fledged plan forward. You know, the biggest thing for me is making sure that as we go through this pain as a community, where we're having to reduce lines and cut routes, what alternative are we giving those who are losing a fixed route line? Is there an on-demand service or something that can come in its place? And what is the cost to do that? Those are the types of things that we want to explore over the next couple of weeks and months, to see if we can put forth a plan such that when we do make a shift, when we do make a change, it's one that we don't have to do multiple iterations of, one that, you know, we can feel that pain, and then we can start moving forward towards building this better system.
So his presentation was the blueprint for operations, and so in November, we'll get the blueprint for financials. Okay, but in the interim, we're gonna put together something to hold us off till February. Is that okay? I totally I understand now, so I just needed clarity. Thank you.
February, because of these holidays coming up. Okay, nobody's gonna be around. Okay, and that would give us enough time to make sure everything is in order. Okay? Because like I said, after we got another couple of weeks here, and then council week, we gonna have a long, 3-4 weeks before we even come back. Okay? Yeah, so that's why we're asking for this other time. And I think we can make things happen. Okay? Did you need to say anything else to that? Okay. Chief, did you need to say anything? Okay.
No, sir. I think the mayor said it all.
Okay, good enough. Look, I appreciate you. Okay. You're finished. Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. I'm coming back to you. Yeah. Okay. Councilwoman White.
Thank you. That clarified a lot in terms of understanding the order of things with this just being a presentation. But my question is, in terms of the immediacy of stopping the cuts, what's the process for that?
I think in terms of, it's not a fair ask of us, me, mayor, council, to say stop the cuts without understanding that there's going to be a fiscal impact to MATA. And so what we have to do on the administration side is identify the source. And if we can identify a source, we communicate that to MATA, and MATA can communicate that to their team. And I mean, obviously MATA can speak for themselves, they're here, but
Right. So
that's
I
my
guess
understanding of the
What
process.
needs to happen for that to happen?
Money.
No, outside of money. Like, is that going to be, like, what's the decision-making process of that?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so right now, what needs to happen is we need to understand fully and clearly with respect to the operations and on the MATA side, how much is it going to cost us to hold off? And one of the things that you've heard and you've seen that we want to make sure that we receive and verify those true costs so that we can then present those back to you all with a spending plan. One where we identify sources and then bring back to you all, here's how much it's going to cost. Here's where the costs are going to, whether it's personnel, bus operations, bus maintenance, etc. And then we ask for your approval short term so that we can continue to operate up until that particular point.
I got that.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe this is something, maybe I'll ask my question later. I'm trying to understand the actual process of how that works. Like, who's going to make that decision? Is that going to have to go back before, like, how does that work in terms of stopping the cut?
So right now, the mayor has tasked Ms. Malden with going back to her team, identifying those costs to operate. We will then work no different than what we've done before as far as paying MATA its grant, but we will go back and kind of verify based on historic expenditures and then bring back to you what that cost looks like.
So CEO Malden is in agreement to not make these cuts if the money is identified. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. And then my next question is, in terms of the TransPro presentation, is this something that is intended to be implemented, like any recommendations to be implemented? Or is this just saying, hey, this is our audit and report, and then we need to meet and discuss again about the path forward as to what this looks like, and then match that with the financials to be able to identify the funding source for the anticipated changes?
Yeah, so there are 27 recommendations in this report, and we look at it as somewhat of a blueprint. As we think about how we're going to go into this next chapter, this is going to provide the basis and the foundation for our work together with MATA as we think about what things do we focus on. Just like one of the core recommendations was around really ensuring that we put all of our emphasis on improving the customer experience and improving frequency and all of those different things, all things that we knew we needed to do. But I think this validates that that's where our focus needs to be collectively, and all of the actions that we take should be towards that goal. And so this provides the framework, but still there's going to be a lot of collective actions that MATA's going to have to take, and we're going to have to support them with.
And then I have one last question, Chairman. In terms of, I know we don't know the actual financials right now, and we're still obtaining information about that. Actually, I have two questions. One, a couple of weeks ago, CEO Malden mentioned that there had been an audit done, and I know I requested a copy of it. I haven't received it yet. Was that audit, or has that audit been a part of the materials that you all have received as a part of your assessment, either by from TransPro or from M3, to your knowledge?
We have not received any information about from or about an audit that was performed by the agency. No.
And then I have one last question. In terms of the recommendations that are in here, even though you don't have the financials, do you have any projected budget or numbers that it would take to actually implement the recommendations that are in here, so that once we do get the financials, we can compare what it is that is anticipated to implement these recommendations with the investment that's already been made?
That is exactly the goal of the M3 activity, to put numbers, reliable, verified numbers, to our recommendations.
Okay, so that's the other portion.
That is the
so
next
they're doing
phase.
both, auditing and also
No,
coming
we're
up
not
with,
doing an audit.
So they're just matching the numbers
we're
of the
matching the
recommendations.
numbers to the recommendations.
Got it. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Chair, when I was talking, you said they're not doing the audit? Chair, is it okay if I ask that clarification?
M3 is not doing an audit of MATA. The city and PwC is performing the audit of MATA.
Now, who is M3 then?
M3 is TransPro's financial partner. We are looking at the current state of MATA's financials.
So the administration hired to do the audit has contracted your team to assist them?
No.
Okay.
One's operational right now, one's an audit.
And your team is doing the financial
We're
audit?
doing the current operation.
They're establishing the current state. So they're looking across the current financials. They're looking at the 27 recommendations, and they're establishing kind of like where we are today financial structure, which is not typically considered an audit. Now, what PwC is doing, they're not necessarily terming it an audit. They call it a forensic analysis, but they're going back in time to 2020 and moving forward and looking at specific transactions and transaction periods over that time frame, especially on a risk-weighted basis, and saying, do these transactions make sense? Are they in compliance with federal, state, and local law? Are there any issues or concerns that may manifest as a result of that? And that would be more what we consider an audit, although they don't term it that.
So they're looking backwards, and you all are looking, creating a baseline and looking forward. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Information, then I'm gonna get you. You got a point of information?
No, just a question, Chairman.
What was? Let me put you on there, Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. One is sort of operational as we head into what I think is a very important time of the year for us in Memphis is the COVID convention time. And I know that we put our trolleys on hiatus, but I'm wondering, is there some way that we can actually find ones that we think are safe that we can put in functioning for this very important time downtown? And I wonder if MATA leadership has been looking at that to see if there's a way that that can be done. I understand there's something with the Department of Transportation, et cetera, but I would like to know, is there some way we could request exceptions if we've done extra inspections or something along that line?
We've had discussions on that front. I'll certainly invite the CEO to come up, but I think there's like a 6-month process that it takes to get the trolleys back online. But CEO.
Good morning again. Excuse me. Good morning.
Because I'm worried
again.
we're going to lose all that, all our employees that know what they're doing.
Understood. There is a 180-day notice requirement to bring the trolleys back. We are actively working with the administration and discussing the options for bringing the trolleys back. But please know that that is something that is a priority for MATA leadership as well as for the administration as well. And so we're working together to hopefully be able to start the notice process soon.
Okay, I guess the question is, what does it take to, if you're thinking you're fixing it and you're not going to have it fixed for 180 days, would you give a notice 180 days before you had it fixed? You have to wait till you have it fixed to give the notice.
Well, we're actually trying to do it on a parallel track so that we can bring them back as soon as possible.
So we've given them a notice already. We're planning on bringing them back in 180 days.
Well, we hope that this will be one of the first actions that we'll actually ask the new MATA board to take, would actually be to allow us to give FTA notice of the return of the trolleys, while at the same time working to correct those issues that caused us to be there in the first place, such as the backup brakes and things like that. We'll be repairing those things on a parallel track while we're giving the notice to bring them back. But best case scenario, we would love to have them back.
And while that convention is in town, what are your alternative plans for transportation of large numbers of people downtown, back and forth up our Main Street corridor? Do we have bus trolleys that are going to be in place? What's happening there?
We do not have anything that is in place at this moment. However, we remain open and willing to work with the administration and with the Convention Center, we have an open line of communication with them as well.
I would just suggest that that's something that needs to plan probably next week. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Just one point of correction. I don't want to put out an atmosphere that the convention center has not been actively looking for sources and ready to provide. They do have a tentative plan at the convention center, so they're working through that. We discussed at our meeting that they would have something available, but they wanted to make sure that they communicated with us, and then of course with MATA to make sure that there are no alternative plans. So they are working through.
Yeah, let us know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we can communicate that too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, since you mentioned convention, I need y'all to go on Facebook. Put up Bishop Porter. Brandon Porter. Okay, they're not concerned about MATA. Okay, they're really not concerned about MATA. We hope to keep them here, try and best. That's one other thing after we get through with MATA, we got to deal with this too. Okay? They're concerned about this hotel. When I come to town, you want to triple the doggone price and give me less service, okay? I don't know if it's, well, I ain't gonna go there. But I want to go there. But, you know, let me just say this. It was brought to my attention, you know, city gave Church of God in Christ $300,000. They're not going nowhere. Very much so an insult. You know, that's one collection plate. You think they cared about that? Okay. It's the service that they get when they come to Memphis. Hotels that they go to. When you go to the restaurant, hey, all these different things. You know, that's why I had to bring forth, you know, when it was really doing well, King Furs stayed on Main Street. Okay? Only because of the Church of God in Christ. Because they knew, Chuck, when they came to town, they were going to buy everything that we had, okay? They ready to go again. You know, but it was brought on council. I'm not going to call that name out right this minute. Like they ain't going nowhere. Hey, Chuck. St. Louis loves to have them back. That's why I said, go on his Facebook. He talked for over 30 minutes about it, okay? And it wasn't about MATA. Wasn't about MATA, okay? I'm glad you brought that up, you know, because I got to meet with some of these folks too, okay? And then, well, I got to send some kudos out, okay? Everybody, and you know, he kind of gave praise to one hotel. Yeah. Family-owned operation, never Peabody. Only one that he gave some praise. The rest of them dog everybody out. You know, when they come to town. I don't know if it's a black issue or what issue, but you know, but we got to get beyond all of that. But hey, but they're looking at leaving us again. You know, we got them back. Why get? You're the biggest money maker, not Elvis. It ain't Elvis. You know, it's not him. You know, they celebrate him same day my anniversary, you know. And Chuck, it used to be I couldn't sleep. I can sleep well now because ain't nobody there. You know, they run people down there to South Haven, Mississippi. That's where they run them. Okay? Go right on. I want you to be brief because we got to move on. Okay?
All right, you want me to be brief? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because you, yes, sir. Because you, yes, sir.
Yeah, for a little
Yes,
while,
sir.
and then I want her to end us out on this. That's where we can come into
Yes, sir.
personnel because, hey, we're going to bring this resolution up.
Yes, sir.
Afterwards, okay?
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton will be very brief. I think this is in your wheelhouse, and I'm looking at the summary of our recommendation, and you said, "What meet the needs of the customers and improve the service." I'm hearing a lot of talk around cuts. And so in addition to layoffs, I am not hearing, or maybe did I miss it, the stops and the cuts at 7 p.m. The citizens are still affected by that. And I know we don't want to cut employees, but what about these routes that have been cut? How are we going to redeem ourselves along with that? Because it is affecting people, disability, seniors, and I have not heard anything around that. And I think this is your wheelhouse. Am I correct? Yes. So how are we going to get those cuts that were made by the previous board? How are we going to include those important cuts back? So what is the plan for that?
So
Thank you, Council Chairman.
Our number one deliverable and what we are hoping to deliver to the mayor and the administration is a new route model that places the customer first. And so I can't do that until I know how much it costs, how much money we have to work with, or how much money I have to ask for from the administration and from council. But we have a framework for that. 80% of the ridership for MATA is on 12 routes. And so the mayor talks about how do we maximize frequency, and when we do make changes, how do we ensure that we don't leave anyone without mobility options? And so how do we provide the best service to those 80%, that core group of ridership? Ideally, we would provide more frequency on that. And so right now, the highest level of frequency is 30-minute service. So can we afford to have a service that maybe is 20 minutes or 15 minutes to that 80% and provides a different set of mobility options to everyone else? And so that's the kind of system that we're hoping to provide a model to, but we have to put a price tag on that. And we can't do that without knowing the state of MATA's financial system. And that's what we're hoping to have in November.
Okay, so what are we doing now for those that these routes were cut and they can't? What is the plan in place now for those routes that were cut, for those that you all said the news got? Because all the information I'm getting like that, and with Councilman Ford being so open and sharing, what have we done and what are we doing now in this present moment that those cuts that affected those citizens, taxpayers, what is in place for them to get back and forth now, in the now?
So I'll attempt to answer. I think in the now, under the proposed plan of cutting November 3rd, there is no option, but that is why we are asking to pause the cuts. Instead of it taking place November 3rd, getting to February 3rd so that we have time to find an alternative for those that are going to lose access when that happens, or that would lose access if that happens. But that's the rationale for us to attempt to pause. Yeah. So we were talking about both. When we say pause, we're saying pause the implementation of what is planned. I got you. Pause the cuts for all things November 3rd until February 3rd.
Okay, last person, hey, Councilwoman Green, you may have some questions. After that, I need you to read your resolution where we can put it in place, okay?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the second item on the agenda is a resolution that I have proposed in my discussions with you, Chairman, and with the mayor and his staff. You know, I did read through this before today and made all my notes and stickies. And one of the things that I saw that I thought we as a council could do immediately was start getting better and more frequent financial reports and approval of the budget. When MATA presented their budget earlier this year, I know I specifically had deep concerns about it. things that I felt were not accurate on there and were very incomplete. We mentioned multiple times about how there were just brief slides, and I kept saying, this is not a budget. These are not financials. These are not real numbers. And so over and over again in your report, which for the record, I hope every new board member, I see some of you in your lap, I hope if you haven't read it, you read it cover to cover because it is scathing. I mean, nothing short of scathing. And it talks specifically about how the board failed over and over again on finances. There is one point in here where it says, you know, I think you mentioned it today, they unanimously approved a budget with no questions for a fiscal year that started more than 100 days ago. I know, because I've sat up here with these people through one budget, we would have had some questions. So I think that's your number one job and your number one duty, but I also think it's our duty to the citizens and the taxpayers. And so that's why I've put this together. I think we do all agree that there are incredible benefits to our city for public transportation. You know, many of us on this council, I would encourage truly the board to sit all the way through a council meeting to the end of public comment. Because what we hear at public comment is different than what we hear from even TransPro and their report. We hear from people who are bus drivers that are in tears because they are proud of their job and they're about to lose it. We hear from community activists who are out there in the streets. We hear from people who have different mobility needs and talk about how they feel they're going to be on house arrest and can't access their education or their friends or their church when we start closing down services at 7 p.m. That's what we hear when we stay and listen to public comment. That's what we're getting emails for. So we have a duty to those people because we believe people should be able to participate in their education, in their employment, in their worship, in their friendships. You know, that's what good basic transportation should be. The way we do that, what we can do is fund it, right? I will say today, the thing out of everything you said today that is still so unnerving to me is that MATA has been unwilling or unable to answer your financial questions. It is one or the other, and both are problematic. So this is a way, council, for us to have a check on that as well. If we are going to be doling out tens of millions of dollars, you know, last year, $30 million was given in the budget, another $20 million in a loan that I feel certain will never get paid back. We gave another $30 million this year, and we have been keeping checks on everything that's going out. But if they have to come and show us their budget quarterly, we know that we're keeping a pulse on what's happening at MATA and with the dollars that the taxpayers are spending. So I've asked that this take effect immediately. You know, and that as we put in the new board, we put in this new process, this new check and balance. And when you go through this report, you will see over and over again that one of the things it recommends is better financial oversight. So this is just another one of those things that we can do as a council. I'll move it, Chair.
Second.
Resolution. Okay. Let's vote on it right now, y'all. With same 9 minutes. Everybody in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay, against? Okay. Favorable recommendation? Okay. Look, I appreciate you, Councilwoman Green. Thank you. And
I want to co-sponsor.
Thank you, Chair.
everybody want to
Everybody wants to
co-sponsor.
co-sponsor.
I mean,
That's
who
great.
don't, just let us know. Everybody else, we can put the names on, okay? But I believe all 13 of us need to?
Yes,
okay, if not, okay. I'm going to call you out now. Before I adjourn, and we're going to turn it over to the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee, there's one question, Councilwoman White.
Mine actually is not a question. I know
Okay.
a lot of times we spend time fussing. I actually want to say thank you to the administration for retaining TransPro and for this report. I always ask, where are the experts? Who are the experts? Who's doing an audit? Who's looking into these things? And this is what I mean when I ask those questions. And so I appreciate the intentionality and the speed in which you all retained TransPro and got them on here to give us such a comprehensive report. So thank you.
And what I want to do, I just want to thank everybody that was part, Mayor, our CEO, Antonio, TransPro, and the new board. Just once we vote on it, hopefully within the next committee, then I want y'all to start work once everything is approved, like today. So we got to move forward, everybody, okay? And looking at you all, and like I said, we got a diverse board that's going to be coming in, and I think we're going to make things happen, okay? And we're going to find what we need. I pray a lot. I met with you, and my wife is a prayer warrior. What was the first thing? She met you, Mayor, at your vehicle, did you? Huh? Okay. Pray before and always want to pray after. Hey, prayer warrior, that's what you have to pray and move forward. You know, the Lord said, bring your burden to me and leave it there. A lot of people are not blessed because they take the burden to the Lord and they still worry about it, okay? When you're still worrying about it, that means you do not believe in him. So why should I respond to you? But if you take it and leave it there and keep on pushing, don't worry about that no more. He can show up and show out, okay? That's how I believe. I don't know how some of y'all believe, but I believe highly in that. Because you know what? Y'all looking at one. Because all my life I've gone through different things. But you know what? I always left it in his hand, and hey, he always show up and he show out, you know? So I don't worry about it when you take it down. That's why I do believe that we're going to make a difference with this, and we're going to make a difference with a lot of others, okay? And we're going to move forward. And our life for our city look a little bit like Atlanta. We should have been there a long time ago, okay? They got beyond all this negativeness, and they wanted to move positive. And when they did that, it started growing, and it grew overnight, and it's continually growing and growing and growing. Same way with Nashville. They get beyond, okay, and move forward. And that's what we have to do. And I'm finished, and this committee is adjourned. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, come on down.
Okay, I guess we know what the gavel means. That's cool. It is 11:35. With that, I call the Budget and Audit Committee to order. Ms. Regala, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Chair Smiley.
Yeah, I'm here. We have 2 items on the agenda. We're going to try to get through them pretty quickly. We're going to start with item number 2 first. Item number 2 is a resolution to accept $50,000 from Amazon to create tech and rec spaces in the city of Memphis, community centers, districts 1, 4, and 6, super districts 8 and 9. There's a request for same night minutes. Usually I would say there's no same night minutes, but whenever we're accepting dollars, we can do it as expeditiously as possible. And with that, I turn it over to Mr. Harris or Chief Adams. I have no idea who's talking first.
Yes, sir. So, good morning, Brian Harris, Director of Youth Services, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. So I'm here today to make an announcement and ask of the council. One thing Mayor Young asked is that the business community, we foster collaboration and they make more investments in our community. Amazon, who Mr. Jeremy Johnson said next to me, has an announcement he wants to make, and they've been very involved in the community and want to continue to invest as stakeholders within certain communities. So, Mr. Johnson.
All right, afternoon, everybody. Jeremy Johnson. I'm the site leader or general manager for the Amazon Fulfillment Center on New Allen Road. So we just wanted to come. We're going to be donating $50,000 to 4 community centers here locally. Our goal is to support and help curb some of the violence that is going on in the city. But we also want to get out front and represent for the private sector and maybe encourage others to participate. So want to make sure I recognize Trina Bohanna, who's done a lot of the legwork to making this happen from Amazon. We've also been involved in quite a few other efforts across the city. And so with this Teen Tech Center, with the direction that our youth are going as far as tech, as far as innovation, we want to make sure that our contributions are specific in that space and can encourage them to do things that will help them in their future, but also keep them out of the street.
All right. Any questions? Who are you going to give the check to? I saw a big check out there.
Yeah, where the check at?
So you present us without a check? I want to see the check. Can we go get the check? Yeah. I don't know any member on this body that's going to turn down money. We spend a lot of money up here. We appropriate a lot of money, but it's not too often we have agencies or entities in the city of Memphis who are willing to be good corporate citizens. So we appreciate Amazon for showing love to the city of Memphis. Okay, there go the big check. Yeah,
go the big check.
But who's gonna go? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's gonna go down there and accept the check, though. We got to get the money. We got to get the money. I just know receiving this money is going to be in the chairman's recap. Well, thank you. There was a resolution, I believe. It was a resolution. So can I get a motion to second? Second. A motion and a second? Moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, it's the opinion of the chair that this council receives money from any good corporate citizen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Trina. Thank you. You know, it's been a pretty intense day. So, you know, sometimes it's good to light it up with good things in our community. So I definitely appreciate that. Chief Hyman, I'm sorry. Item number 1, resolution to amend the City Council Community Grant Program for FY25. All council districts sponsored by myself. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Canale, seconded by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. All right, council members, you know, we had some difficulty, you know, getting our council community grant program underway. I know that, you know, Regala sitting to my left and Meredith, my other boss, sitting behind me, been working really hard to get this program to where it needs to be. We're allocating a lot of money to community nonprofits. There's a resolution before you to note some of the changes. We essentially moved the date. The council staff is going to currently go through the current applications we have to try to figure out which community organizations have submitted completed applications. And then at that point in time, we're going to open up the community grant program again from the 21st through the 25th. Those are essentially changes that's being put forth. We have an inquiry by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and then I'm going to go to a vote. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. And someone told me they heard you up on a Sunday, so I should put Reverend there too. Go ahead.
No inquiry, just a statement. Thank you for opening this back up. As I know, different council members have had different questions and issues. Just want to say, council members, next fiscal year, we got to work to make this really more streamlined and more effortless. Nothing else, no other grant in this city takes this much effort. And it's just really taxing and tumultuous. It's really ridiculous. So I'm glad I will be fully supporting this because we can go ahead and get this out this year, but next year we can't be doing all this. This really is a distraction to real work.
You know, I was reluctant to open it back up, but I know we have some very hardworking team members who made me see the light. But as it relates to having it more streamlined, I have no doubt that Chief Hyman and Deputy Chief Melvin and Deputy Chief Hayes are going to ensure that it's going to get corrected and be thoroughly vetted before we open it up again. So with that being said, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's an opinion, and there's a request the same 9 minutes. It's an opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you all. With that, this committee is adjourned. Personnel.
the pink today.
Yeah, we got to cut that on out. Good morning. It wasn't loud enough for you? Okay, well, it caught your attention though. Good morning, colleagues in the City of Memphis. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council, October 15th, 11:43 a.m. I never said your last name. Ms. Wright, please call the roll.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chairwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda for today. Memphis Area Transit Authority appointments. This is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion by Ford, second by Carlisle. Colleagues, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 individuals that are on for the same item. So what we will do, we will have an opening statement by the mayor, and then I'll ask each, doesn't matter what order, each appointee just to come up and give your name and address for the record. We have to collect that. And then we'll go through questions in the queue by council members. So if you'd like to be in the queue, let us know. And that's the order we'll go. The floor is yours, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I think I stated a little bit in the previous committee the expertise of this body that we are looking to pull together, but I will just repeat it for the record for this committee. We worked really hard to make sure that we had different areas of expertise represented in this board, and I will just go through each name and just kind of talk about their background in general. First, you have Brandon Arundel, who is a expert in financial management. He's been doing it for a number of years, and we want to make sure that we have financial expertise. Cynthia Bailey, who is an advocate and has been working with the Bus Riders Union for many, many years. I didn't know her very well. We had, I think, one meeting, but she has a lot of people in this community that support her and have sent her name to me from different directions. Emily Greer, who is a former CAO at ALSAC and has a leadership management firm, has a lot of expertise in HR and leadership in general. I think she would be great for this body. Sandy Klink, who I had a lot of experience working with when I was at Housing and Community Development during her time as the executive director of the Memphis Center for Independent Living. I think she literally just retired a couple of weeks ago, so I had to pull her a little bit to get her to agree, but she did agree, and she is a tireless advocate for those in the disabled community. Brian Marfleck, who is a VP at FedEx, is an expert in logistics, and given that we have such logistical expertise that is literally world-renowned right here in our city, I thought it would be great to have him serving on this body as we figure out the right way to manage our system as we think about all of the difficult changes that we're looking to make. Jackson McNeil, who is an urban planner, has been working in the transportation field for a number of years, and he does so in his day job at a local nonprofit. Anna McQuiston, who is the president of our development district, serves regionally and has been doing a lot of work in this community around the built environment and transportation. Dana Pointer, who is the president of Preserver Partners. Obviously, they do a lot of work in finance and money management, and so has a keen eye for the financials. And then lastly, Maya Siggers, who is an attorney, previously served as an assistant city attorney. So she understands municipal law now in the private sector, but would be great for this body, and all of which are ready and willing to serve and excited about the opportunity to reimagine MATA. So I'll stop there, and Chair, if you'd like, we can go in that order and just ask each one to come up if that works for you.
Yeah, so we can have each appointee just come up however you are. I don't know if y'all are in order or not, but give your name, your address, make sure that green light is on the microphone, and any words you'd like to share. When we get to the point of any questions, if we have them, we'll just have some appointees come up for that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Brian Marflack, 4719 Carousel Lane, Collierville, Tennessee. 26 years with Federal Express Corporation. Throughout that time, several different areas of expertise, whether it's route optimization, maintenance, oversee about $50 million annually in capital expenditures, so very understanding of financials and understanding of the importance of contracts and making sure that you have audits in place and governance. Also on the board of Memphis Athletic Ministry, so really looking to be in with the youth of Memphis and really try and make the city a better place. So that really got me interested when Mayor Young reached out through my management change and asked me, is this something that I'd be passionate about? And, just my involvement through that, making sure that people have the right transit and really, trying to figure out how do we make this city better was really what interested me.
Thank you. And y'all can sit two at a time up there if that helps it go a little faster.
Good morning. Brandon Arundel, 319 Angelwood Circle East. I won't belabor the point because I appreciate that I'm preaching to the choir, but I think it's critical for any well-functioning city to have a well-functioning public transportation system for equitable growth, for economic development. So it would be an honor to help apply my expertise to make that a reality for MATA. Finance is my area of expertise. I'm a partner at an investment firm, Southeastern Asset Management, and in that capacity, I am analyzing, assessing, making projections on budgets for large corporations, assessing the viability, the feasibility, asking critical questions of management teams to determine whether or not those capital projections and those projections are accurate and reliable. So having read the TransPro report from front to back and realizing that financial management is an area of deficiency, I look forward to helping rectify that.
Anna McQuiston, 1564 Vinton Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm currently the executive director of the Mid-South Development District. It is a quasi-governmental organization here in our community that a lot of you are probably not familiar with because we've been in the process of rebuilding it in the last couple of years here, have done that successfully. It does two things that I think are really relevant to the role that y'all are asking me to play here today. One is that it connects me to a national network of people that run regional councils throughout our country, many of which actually run the transit authorities for their communities. And the second is that it makes me an advocate for federal funding to come back to our organization. We are building a team right now whose sole purpose is to increase the number of federal dollars that are coming to our community so we can better serve our citizens. And we are excited about the opportunity of applying that skill set to MATA and helping return it to the service that our citizens all deserve.
Good afternoon. I'm Dana Pointer, 1103 Center Ridge Road, Collierville, Tennessee. I am CEO of Preserver Partners. We're an institutional investment manager located here in Memphis, celebrated our 15-year anniversary. Prior to that, I spent 15 years at FTN Financial, which is First Tennessee Bank broker-dealer arm. So I am experienced in finance. But aside from my professional career, I have a personal passion about public transportation. Being one of 4 children to parents who both worked, I traveled and used the MATA bus throughout my high school years, traveling from Orangebound to Central High School for 3 years. So I do know the purpose and the benefit that it serves so many people, and not just the underserved community and the underprivileged community. I travel all over the country and have been very impressed with the public transportation systems in other cities, and I'm looking forward to making our public transportation one to be proud of as well.
Go Warriors.
That's right. Go Warriors.
Emily Greer, 93 Village Lane, Memphis, Tennessee. I worked almost 30 years at Alsac St. Jude. I was Chief Administrative Officer there. Number 2, all things operations. So that's HR, that's governance, that's management leadership, that's executive coaching, that's structure, all things operations with a deep expertise in HR, most especially. As a native Memphian, you know, I've worked hard to try to serve the community in various capacities. And, you know, it was hard to read the report. I read it. It was hard to read it and to know that's where we are. I read the report and I saw where I could serve, where I could lend my expertise, and where it's needed. So I am happy to do that. I'm passionate about it and would be honored to do so.
Hello, I am Jackson McNeil. I'm the Transportation and Mobility Director at Innovate Memphis. I have the rare privilege of being able to think about and work in the realm of transportation full time. This is this is the work that I went to school for, that I care most about, and that I think about pretty much all day, every day. I previously worked for the New York City Department of Transportation. I have seen public transit run well and run effectively and serve the citizens of the community. I actually took the bus to campus at the University of Memphis when Mary Young here was my adjunct professor during my urban planning program. So I have experience riding the bus. I have experience working with community members. I'm currently on the board of Building Memphis and have been involved with MICA's Transit Equity Committee.
Good afternoon, Maya Siggers, 7284 Old Dominion Court, Memphis, Tennessee. I am currently an Associate General Counsel for Edward Jones, which is a wealth investment financial company. But prior to that, most of my career has been in government. I served in the City Attorney's Office here at the City of Memphis for approximately 8 years, where I was on the contracts team over public records and served as a liaison to several boards like CLRB and New Public Business Administration and also the Office of Business Development. So helping and serving the community has been a very strong passion of mine. I'm happy to be able to do it again now that I'm in the private sector and back home. In addition to working for the City of Memphis, I also worked for the City of Charlotte, where I was a compliance manager in the purchasing department, where I was overseeing minority and small business participation with the City of Charlotte. So I have a unique background where I've not just been an attorney, I've also worked in compliance. My background in education is supply chain management and finance. So looking forward to offering my skill set to the MATA board and making sure that the City of Memphis gets to where we need with transportation, because as people have already stated, it's not just for those who need or in poverty. Everyone should be choosing public transportation if we can. We've seen it happen in other cities where regardless of what your background is, that you ride public transportation. So I'd like to see Memphis get there too.
I'm sorry. That's okay. Yeah, I'm Cynthia Bailey, 1225 Meriwether. Currently, I ride the bus. I know what the people need. I have a lot of backgrounds, but my main thing is to focus on what customers need. I'm out here every day advocating. I know what we need, how we need it, and where. All we want is better transportation in this city. And I challenge everyone that's on this board to go out and ride along, and they will see what's going on out here. This is serious. Transportation is a must, that people get where they're going, not only to work, but you have doctor's office. So I'm just coming up here just to say, if we want a good board, we need to work together and put the people first. That's all we need, people first. Mm-hmm.
Good morning. I am Sandy Klink, or Diane Klink, as it says on my birth certificate. I currently live at 1054 Bonnie Street in Memphis. I have just retired from 25 years as a director of Disability Connection Mid-South, Memphis's Center for Independent Living. In that capacity, I wrote policy. I oversaw federal grants. I prepared budgets and oversaw every cent that went in or out of our center. And although it's not the kind of dollars that we're looking at MATA, I knew where it all went. And I knew where it all came from. And we will on this new board also. I am an advocate for people with disabilities. We do ride buses. Many have to ride buses every single day for everything they do. It's not a, well, if my car breaks down kind of thing. For us, it is an important, critical part of our lives. Many of my staff, if the cuts go through, I have 2 staff that won't be able to come to work anymore because they'll be out of the service route, even for MATA Plus. Because when they cut the routes to the fixed route service, it means that you also cut out service to people with disabilities within that route area also. So 2 of the staff of the Center for Independent Living will not be able to get to work on MATA or MATA Plus. This is an important issue to me, and when the mayor calls you, you don't tell him no. Even though I wanted to a week and a half after retirement. But this is important to the folks that I've served and worked with all my life. This is important to all of our citizens. I've traveled extensively. I have seen transit systems that work in other areas. My son lives in Denver. Oh my gosh, I could walk down the street, get on the train, ride into Denver, only 10 or 15 minute ride on the train. Then I could get off, catch a bus, and go over to the zoo, which was, a few more minutes. If I rode the bus here from my house to get to Cooper Young, where we were working together, it was an hour and a half. I would have to go all the way downtown and transfer at North End Terminal, catch another bus, and ride another 25 minutes from there to get to Cooper Young. This system doesn't work, and we're going to change it.
Thank you, Ms. Klink. Thank you, Ms. Bailey. We have 2 colleagues in the queue, Vice Chair Canale and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, do you have to have same night minutes? I'm sure you made wonderful choices, but if you would give us a minute to digest what has happened. And I have no doubt that these people will serve in a wonderful capacity, but can they serve on an interim basis before they're confirmed in 3 weeks?
No, I don't know if they can legally serve in an interim. Our goal was to get immediately to work, but certainly whatever the will of this body is, we will adhere to.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, did I miss anything about the length of the term, and are these staggering terms?
Yes, sorry, I did not clarify that. Thank you for that. So each individual will have to assume the term of people that are already in their roles. There's a whole sheet that I don't have with me, unfortunately, but they are going to complete the terms of those that are already in the seats. And so those are staggered. So some are finishing next year, some are 3 years from now. There was one that I appointed earlier this year, and I think that's a 3-year term. So each individual will have a different term.
Okay, thank you. And can we get that list that you just referenced?
I think it's in one of the council documents.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. I yield the floor.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. This has been such a hard for my 9 months as a new council person to walk into what I've walked in. And I looked at each one of your resumes and I read each one of them. My prayer and my hopes are, as Councilman Ford said, who's the chairman, pray first. And anybody that knows me on this board, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to listen to whatever the Holy Spirit says. You all have a critical task ahead of you. I pray that you all have the voice of the people. And this is not to be negative. And I said this at the earlier part when we were first starting out, and Chairman Ford Sr. worked very hard to get us where we are, and working behind the scene, listening to the people, and their voices matter. The previous board, their voice didn't matter. You don't ride the bus, they do. You don't understand the difficulties of them getting to and from their destinations. That group back there, I've talked to so many people that have so many awesome plans. I don't expect their plans and what their ideas to be pushed back on this run. They need an ear. You need to listen to them. They are out there in the trenches. They know what it feels like. They know what it looks like. And so we need you to be their voices. Financially, we need honesty and transparency. No more lies. No more dishonesty. And that's what I'm expecting. This 13 body represents the people out here, the people that are sitting out there. So we go home, we drive our fancy cars, and we go home. We go home. We don't have to stand there in the rain like my friend Diane. Disability, the senior citizens that I see, that I stop. They're afraid to get in the car with me no matter what I'm driving. Because this is Memphis, and we want it to be safe for them. I need you to listen to the people. I need you to hear their voices. These organizations that have been tirelessly fighting and protesting. I did not sleep last night, praying and asking God who to vote for and who not to vote for. Who is real about the business and who isn't real about the business. So my ask of each one of you is not to close your bowels of compassion when the people are out there talking. When the people are crying loud just to get their voices heard. It is your responsibility. Nothing personal, but business. And take care of the business of the city of Memphis. Transit is very important. And I one day want to stop driving and ride the bus. I grew up in East Orange, New Jersey, right outside of New York City. So I know exactly, I went to school there. So I know exactly what transit should look like. So if you got a buddy system, this is not the seat you need to be in. If you have a personal agenda, this is not the seat you need to be in. Look behind you. Look behind you. Those are the faces. And they work hard. And that's what we're going to do together. Move forward and work hard with common sense. I yield the floor. Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, we have Councilwoman White, and then Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you so much, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, for those comments. I was just going to say that I read each one of your resumes as well, and I know a couple of you out here, several of you, and I just want to say thank you all for being willing to serve after reading the reports and after seeing the news and after knowing that you're going into a burning fire. And we know that your time, is very valuable. And we're very grateful because this is a volunteer, it's a volunteer board. And we're really grateful. And this is how we make things better, by having people like you who are willing to serve and step away from what it is that you do every day and yield your experience, your skill set, and to us to be able to guide us forward. So thank you, and thank you to the mayor's administration for being so intentional and thoughtful in these selections. As I read through the resumes, I realized, I mean, there's true diversity in this group in terms of your backgrounds and the experiences that you all bring. And I really believe that you all can move us in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ford, then Councilman Warren.
Let Councilman Warren go. Let me.
Okay, well, Councilman Warren, then Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you.
Then Councilman Ford.
I really appreciate the intentionality of this group. I'd already heard from my expert, Michael Krause, who has been an advocate for homeless and bus riders. That at least two people here were really good choices, and he knew you both. In my mind, I don't think we can afford to wait, and I think same-night minutes make sense right now because I want this board to get to work. And although I normally like Councilman Canale's recommendations for delay, at this point, I would like us to possibly go ahead and approve this today with same-night minutes for the reason that we have a time crunch, and these guys have work to do, and we want them to be able to get to work. So I'm content and very pleased with the broadness, both in diversity and also in background and talents that are coming to this board. And I think we'll see better results. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would recommend that we move with same night minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I wanted to say as well. I don't think we can afford to wait 3 weeks. I'm hoping that we can make a favorable recommendation and go ahead and appoint this board. They are diverse. They have a wealth of experience, and we need them to begin working today, right now. Spend the night and get it started. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ford. Yeah, I heard that, right?
I won't have to say all what I was saying. You know, crucial time, end of the year. I wish everybody would have heard what I was saying, okay? Same night minutes, very important. Because one thing about it, we won't be back for a few more extra weeks. We're going to be off, okay? And then when we come back here, everybody going to be talking about turkey. Okay, I think we eating turkey today. So it's already started. Okay, I'm just being honest. I mean, hey, that's what they got. They got a Thanksgiving dinner for us today. You know, and I didn't work hard to bring this today and bring all these people down here to hold up anything. Hey, we trying to move forward, and like everybody else just said, we don't have time to waste anymore. And y'all ready to work, aren't you? And I appreciate y'all so much because let me tell you something. I got on the mail about this board. Y'all out there. But once I start reading and then finding out, oh, wow. I'm ready to move on. And I told you that. Because, hey, that's the first thing I brought up. Hey, I know some of you all. I knew your parents, right? Yeah, when you were a little boy. Okay? Yeah. Jack and Jill. All the rest. Okay? Yeah, Jack and Jill. You know. But we don't have time to waste anymore. I got other business to take care of. I got to start with your police. I got to start with y'all's fire. I got a few others that we got to do the same thing here. Okay? This year over, let's bring this new one in, okay? And I'm trying to stay here with y'all. Y'all gonna make me stay because y'all don't want to act right. I'm serious. I'm an old person that know better. Y'all know better. But sometimes, y'all just don't want to do better. That's why I said, and y'all please forgive me, but sometimes y'all sound like Trump lying. You know? Because that's all he do. Every time he say something, hell, it's a lie. You know, and y'all believe those lies. Well, I'm not into lying. I'm into taking care of business. And that's why I appreciate it. Hey, y'all already look good out there. And I know what y'all capable of doing. You know, and y'all say y'all read their resumes?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay. Hello. You know? Yes. And I think we all would be satisfied. Let's move forward. Okay, call for the question.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. I'd like to say to the, what do we say, 7? The 7 appointees that thank you for your already committing to the service of the work that you sat here and that you have in your hand, that you're going to be thrown into, as Councilwoman White says. Just to, and I read through all your resumes too, I think that we have a good bunch. I'm most excited about Ms. Bailey's appointment through her work through the Memphis Bus Riders Union, and then also Ms. Klink to bring a disability perspective for the buses too. I think that this is very, very so much needed. As I was introduced to that when my father became paralyzed, and then I had to figure out what does the MATA Plus bus do. So I'm glad that you have that perspective to bring. Just a question, and pick 3, it doesn't matter who, but a particular, just any recommendation that you've seen in the TransPro report, if that's something that somebody can speak to of what they know their expertise could get them moving as swiftly as possible. So I assume that you all had time to look through, but just anyone, just so we can be able to go a little faster. Any recommendation that you've looked at in the TransPro thing that you already know that you can go ahead and get to start working on. I think that'll just be good for us to, us to hear and think about as you all are going into this work. Ms. Klink?
Okay. Community perception, community relationships, and consumer service. Consumer service for me has been a highlight, something that I've trained my staff in multiple times over the years and have helped train others in as well. I'm more than willing to tackle those bus drivers and that staff and say, come on, we're going to do it this way. Because the people you're talking to, you better have a smile in your voice when you answer that phone. Because it may be the only smile they get today, and we're going to do it. And the bus drivers the same way. I don't want them grumping at people coming on those buses. They're heading to work, they're heading to a doctor, they're heading wherever they need to go. Be friendly. For crying out loud. There's enough badness in this city. Transportation shouldn't be one of them.
Thank you, Ms. Klink. Any other appointees? No recommendations stood out to you? Come on, don't be shy. Because they're going to be asking plenty of questions of you after November 3rd.
Well, my experience in transportation, obviously in logistics and Federal Express, route optimization, how do we serve the most amount of people with the highest levels of service? So I'm very interested in TransPro's recommendations from a routing perspective so that I can look at it, and that's what I've done for the last 3 years, so I can kind of take a look at it and hopefully provide some insight to what's best for the city.
Thank you. Ms. Greer?
It was really a really well-written report, and I loved the way it was outlined and very actionable. Several things stuck out, but one thing I thought in terms of the board, the opportunity for better governance, the board's self-governance of itself. I noticed that there were it was run by only a couple of committees, where my experience is the work is done in committee and brought up to the full board, and perhaps that's why so many details were missed in terms of follow-up. Lots of opportunities like that, and I think that's the good news. There is a path forward, and we can create order out of chaos. I feel certain.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. And So this is being put forth 9 appointees. I'm sorry, I said 7 earlier. 9 appointees, and this is being put forth with requests for same night minutes. Councilwoman Cooper.
Just want to make sure. This is just a quick question, and any one of you all can answer it. How are you all going to hold the MATA team responsible and accountable? And how are you going to know that they are being transparent? And so what part are you going to be able to hold that? Because that's a very huge missing piece that we have not been able to get accurate information. And so how are you, 9, if appointed, going to hold them, the interim and her team and all of them, and you work together, how are you going to hold them accountable? Thank you.
Just quickly, I won't belabor the point, but I failed to mention I have a 30-year experience as a chief compliance officer, and I think that, for a lack of a better term, a lot of the solutions are common sense. Compliance is my area as well as finance, and I think that just governance, as Emily spoke, and oversight. It's just as simple as that. And so with the team, with a board and administration and all the way down to all of the staff, they have to answer to a board. They have to answer to their leader, and the leader has to answer to a board. And when you segment into committees, those committees we roll up and we ask the right questions. It's all about asking the right questions, and as I said before, it's using common sense.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer. All right, you. All right. No problem, Councilwoman. All right, you all. We're going to take this to a vote for same night minutes with the request that administration give us that list of who's being replaced and what their terms are. It's in the. Okay. All right, we're going to do all of these together. Appointments to the Memphis Area Transit Authority: Brandon Arundel, Cynthia Bailey, Emily Greer, Sandy Klink, Brian Marflack, Jackson McNeil, Anna McQuiston, Dana Pointer, and Maya Siggers, Esquire. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. This is going down for same night minutes at 3:30. Thank you all for your willingness to serve and all of the work and sleepovers, as Councilman Swearingen Washington said. We look forward to coming back November 12th with some type of update. Yes, sir, Councilman Ford. Put that mic on.
I guess I'll be number 10 since I'm the liaison right now with them. So it's 9 plus me.
Okay.
So, hey,
do we need to vote on that too?
no, you don't have to vote on that, but hey, only thing that I'm saying, hey, while y'all working, I'm gonna be working right along with our Miss Malden there and everybody else, because hey, we're not gonna come back to this anymore. We're moving forward. Okay.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love
Appreciate it.
and I hereby call the Economic Development Committee to order. Other Mrs. Green, can I please have a roll call?
Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Green. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Smiley.
Oh, I'm here.
All right, we have one item on the agenda today. Item number 1, a resolution regarding the tourist surcharge and downtown tourism zone for the Sheraton Hotel, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes. Can I have a motion and a second for this item? Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Canale. Is there anyone here from the administration to speak on the item?
Tanera Gibson, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main. This is essentially a resolution seeking the council's approval to make application to the state to move there's a current tourism development zone, site-specific zone assigned to a 500-room hotel. But the location that was earmarked for or assigned to what was expected to be the Lowe's Hotel that did not come to fruition. We want to make application to the state to have that site-specific zone transferred to the Sheraton location because that funding would enable as part of the capital stack, long and short, and would enable us as part of the capital stack to help backstop the bonds.
So this was contemplated in your original presentation and resolution?
Yes, we just didn't want to bring too many resolutions at once, and so we wanted to give the council an opportunity to absorb them sort of one at a time.
We need time. And what does the application process from the state look like if we are to approve it?
So we would file a supplemental application, sort of supplementing what we presented to the state that was ultimately approved for the Lowe's site. The hope is that if we can get this resolution approved, we would make it part of that supplemental application packet, forward it to the State Building Commission for consideration for being placed on their agenda in November. They ask for about 30 days lead time to give them an opportunity to evaluate the site and evaluate the request, evaluate the transfer. And so that's kind of what it looks like on their side up until hopefully it's on their November agenda. And hopefully when the State Building Commission meets, they would approve the transfer of the site.
Do we have an expected amount of revenue to be raised from this TDC?
From what I understand over the life of the bonds from Chief Person, I don't want to misspeak, I believe it's about between it and the 5% tourism charge we assigned to that hotel, it's about $22 million. Okay.
Do I have any other council members who have questions? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So I just want to make sure that we get it clear that this is a piece that Lowe's had, and we're trying to combine it with the Sheraton, bring it over, but we have to have the state approval before we can do this.
Yes.
So this is a piece of property that's by itself?
Well, it was approved for a site.
But it was approved for a site?
Yes.
Okay, let me change my term. It was approved for a site, and so we need to move that right on over under the Sheraton, right?
Yes. Right, to the Sheraton site, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren?
Yeah, it's one of the first things that happened when I got on the council about 4 years ago. And the site that was approved is actually straight across from City Hall. Okay, so we're literally moving it a block south. They're going to put it where that park is that goes down the ground. They're going to put the hotel there and have it back up onto 2nd Avenue. So it was going to make the road actually function in front of City Hall again, but they're moving the ability to get this TZD down to the Sheraton and keeping the park in place, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Let the record reflect Councilman Spinoza has joined us. Are there any other council members with questions regarding this resolution? Okay, well, with that, let's go ahead and take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Oh,
Can we move it down with same night minutes?
We did. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, this item passes and this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the October 15th meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Carlisle. Present. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 6 items. We have an add-on. 6 items on the agenda. However, number 2 will be held till the November 12th meeting. Item number 2, 2899 Lamar Avenue will be held till November 12th. Item number 1, a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Scott Street between Mimosa Avenue and Nathan Avenue for Terry Don Douglas Sr., District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by Councilman Spinoza. Can I get a motion in a second?
Motion.
Second.
Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Warren. Councilman Spinoza, would you like to say anything about this item?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just encourage council members to take the time today, if you can, to go visit with Terry's family. Terry was a friend and a very involved citizen and neighbor, to say the least, in Binghamton. And again, just a personal family friend who left us, and we'll be honoring him today. And it's an honor for me to do it. So if you have time, please go say hello to them, and then we'll be celebrating him on Saturday this weekend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All those in favor of sending item number 1 downstairs to the positive recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes. Item number 2, again, will be held on November 12th. Item number 3, PD 24-12-2101 Central Avenue. Request is amendment to PD 2020-15 to include more land changes in use. This is in District 4, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Moved by JSW, seconded by Spinoza. Mr. Director, and then Mr. Former Administrator. You can go second.
The band's back together. John Zena, Planning and Development. I'm going to turn it over to Chloe Christian, who's the staff planner on this item and the remaining items on the calendar.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Chloe Christian with DPD, presenting case number PD 2024-012. The applicant is Cooper Holdings, and they're represented by Josh Whitehead, who is here with us today. The subject property is located at 2101 Central Avenue, and as was mentioned, this is an amendment to a previously approved PD to include more land and changes in use. All right, here is a location map and vicinity map of the subject property. We are at the corner of South Cooper and York Street here. And it's currently zoned industrial, and there's a mix of multifamily and single family as well as commercial uses around this site. Here are some site photos. It's the home of the Albert Cook's Plumbing facility. Here's some additional photos. Here is a concept plan of the lower level of the project. I will note that there has been a modification to the active ground floor space along York Avenue, which will be seen in a later rendering on the presentation. This is the upper level concept plan here. The most notable change is the addition of a hotel at the corner of South Cooper and York with a restaurant space on the ground floor, as well as multiple townhomes in the southwest corner, Here's a refresher of the previously approved plan for the the Central Yards plan development. As you can see, it did not include that southwest portion of land.
I'm sorry. I need to interrupt. My bad. Due to a potential financial conflict, I've got to recuse myself from this discussion and vote. Thanks.
All right, as I mentioned, this is the updated landscape and concept plan with active ground floor space on York Avenue as well as some on Central Avenue as well. Here's a look at the upper level of landscaping and parking. Here are some concept elevations of the multifamily and hotel spaces. So a Memphis 3.0 consistency analysis was prepared for two separate uses, one being the hotel use and one being the multifamily and townhome use. And both of these uses were found to be consistent with the future land use plan of the area. So in conclusion, as we mentioned, this plan development was previously approved in January of 2021 for the Central Yards plan development, and it did not include the hotel use, and it also did not include some additional parcels of land in the southwest corner. However, staff has found that this updated plan is compatible with the surrounding area and is an appropriate use. We did work with the applicant to increase the ground floor space along York Avenue, and we recommended approval with revisions to the outline plan conditions, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval with a unanimous vote. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christian. Mr. Whitehead, would you like to speak before I go to the queue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson Avenue. Ms. Christian did a fantastic job, and it's been a pleasure working with her on the very sometimes difficult world of crafting conditions of approval. This plan development has several hundred conditions. I did want to point out a couple things. The differences between this application and this request with the application and request approved by the body 3 years ago is not only the additional land for the townhouses there at Tanglewood and York, but also and to add a hotel, but we've also significantly reduced the density of this project by about 100 apartment units. With that, one other point, we did have a neighborhood meeting. I think Councilman Dr. Warren was there. It was one of the most well-attended neighborhood meetings I've ever been to, and we worked with the CYCA, the Cooper Young Community Association, on these conditions. And when we got to the Land Use Control Board, we had significantly no opposition. And so we're proud of that.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, followed by Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that the community is excited about this project. We definitely need a hotel in that area. It's a big business community with a lot of restaurants and a lot of celebrations, Cooper Young celebration. So we definitely need this hotel, and it fully has my support.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren.
Yes, I did go to the community meeting, and I've been to some, and it definitely was the most well-attended. And I really think what was said there was taken into account, and that's why there's no opposition. So well done, and with Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, this will be a good addition to that neighborhood and surrounding businesses.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman Warren, you've obviously never been to any of my community meetings. They're also very well attended. Thanks for the laughter. No, I'm excited about this, and I do want to thank council members, honestly, the two of y'all, for going to those meetings and to all the meetings. When a council member speaks, this is very close to District 5 too, but for every district, when a council member speaks firsthand about going somewhere, that means a lot to this council member. So just wanted to say that. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? I think this is an exciting project to activate that corner and replace the old Albert Cook, something new and vibrant. All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. It's always good to see you. Item number 4, SUP 24-32, 681, 685, and 659 Philadelphia Street, and 680, 688, 693, and 687 New York Street. The request is a special use permit to allow administrative offices and a resource center for medical services. District 6? Is that right? That doesn't sound right. I'm thinking that's 5. Or is that 4? It's definitely not 6. Mr. Whitehead says it's 5. You know, we're going to get that cleared up. Super District 8, I'm also unsure if it's Super District 8. I'm thinking it's my district. I think it's Super 9, isn't it? Yeah. Can I get a motion in a second for this very unclear item? Item was moved by JSW, seconded by Walker. Ms. Christian, are you going to present this case to us again, please?
Hello, once again, Chloe Christian with DPD presenting case SUP 2024-032. My apologies on the error with the district. I'll be sure to correct that in the resolution. But the applicant is here with us today, Karen Pease, also represented by Josh Whitehead. The location is at various properties along Philadelphia Street and New York Street. And this is a special use permit to allow administrative offices and a resource center for medical services for Well Child Incorporated. Here is a location map and vicinity map of the multiple subject properties. This is also in the Cooper Young neighborhood. The properties are zoned residential urban 3 and surrounded by a mix of land uses, including some industrial to the north and commercial to the south. Here are photos of the multiple properties. 688 New York Street, I will note, is currently a neighborhood garden. And here is a site plan submitted by the applicant. As you can see, the subject properties in the lighter lime green shade were approved for a similar special use permit with SUP 2021-17. And the darker shades are the additional sites that are under the ownership of Ms. Pease that are to be included in this request. A 3.0 consistency analysis was prepared, and it was found to be consistent with the 3.0 general plan. So in conclusion, this is a new special use permit to include more properties for Well Child Incorporated. Some of these properties were approved in 2020 for a similar special use permit, and it's since expired as there's been no activity on the permit. However, staff has found this request to be compatible with the general area, and we have recommended approval for this. And the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval for this with a vote of 6-4. That concludes my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry, here are the conditions that we've included for the approval.
Okay. Mr. Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead again, 275 Jefferson Avenue. I'm joined here with Karen Pease. She is the executive director of Well Child. They provide nursing, optometry, and medical services to a number of school systems, but most notably the Memphis and Shelby County schools. And one thing to point out, I just noticed with the conditions, if there's one common theme of our conditions of approval, it is that these houses, we have 5, and this request is requesting 3 more, will retain their residential appearance. And in fact, Ms. Peace's son lives in one of them and will continue to live in one of them. So they will not only be used as Well Child's facilities, office facilities, but also in at least one respect, housing for an employee or a part-time employee at least. With that, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Peace and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Councilman Warren.
Yes, just a couple questions. We're keeping the houses as houses and just converting them into office space. Is that correct?
Yeah, except for 681, it burned down.
And then you're going to build something that the
Yes.
front will look like one of
Yes.
the surrounding houses.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess my other question is, if you leave and you decide to move your business to another location, would those be easily reconverted back into domiciles?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
And everything I do, I have that in mind. You know,
Excellent.
converting back. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, the conditions of approval actually prevent Ms. Peace from making interior alterations to the structures that would make it impractical to turn back to residential.
Okay, I just want you to know that I, as a school board member, I actually dealt with her organization as they were providing care for our school children, they really do a valuable service. And when I went to see it, I couldn't believe it was the offices going down the street, because I thought I was just going to another house. So they do a good job keeping it residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Peace, I'm sorry I didn't ask you to. Would you just please state your name and address for the record so we have it?
Karen Pease, 693 New York Street.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Green.
Can we go back to the slide with the community garden? Is that the one you're proposing to build on?
No.
What are you proposing with this piece of property?
Well, I mean, that would be in the future. Again, all the, my plans changed for the properties after COVID, so I don't have, I mean, I would like to build on that, but first I need to build on Philadelphia Street, but it would, again, be residential, possibly business type structure.
When you had, I assume again, community meetings, was there any discussion about this community garden?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No. There was more about, on the Philadelphia Street, about making sure the parking was behind the buildings, which we do.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, I didn't see that in any of the special conditions or anything. And so if there was, you know, pushback or feedback on, you know, keeping some part of the garden or things like that, I know in some neighborhoods, people love their little community garden and they get really like territorial about their little plot. So I wanted to make sure we took that into consideration as well.
Councilman Warren.
Just to follow up. So that's a community garden that you own the property for and you allow people to have the community garden on, is that correct?
That is my property, but currently, again, things have changed. There's no garden currently, and there hasn't been one, you know, for a long time.
Okay.
You know, that was in there from our first request, you know, for the special use permits on our first one, I think in 2021.
So you were planning on putting a community garden there in your first request? And was there ever one there?
Not really, no.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe it could be a selling point for the neighbors. You could help them plant one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, any other questions? All those in favor of sending SUP 24-32 downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you. On your newly revised committee schedule, hot off the press, we're going to move to item 6, and then we're going to go back to item 2. It's also item 5 on, depending upon which schedule you're looking at. SUP 24-33, 4744 Dodd Street. Request it is special use permit to allow an adult daycare.
So
this
moved.
is in District 6 in Super District 8.
Confirmed.
Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Carlisle. Ms. Christian, you have the floor.
Hello again, Chloe Christian, presenting case SUP 2024-033. The applicant, Coretta Jones, is here with us today. The location is at 4744 Dodd Road, and this is a special use permit request to allow an adult daycare. Here's a location map and vicinity map of the subject property. It's located in the Coral Lake area. It is zoned residential single-family 6 and surrounded by single-family land designations. Here are some photos of the subject property and the shared access drive at the corner of Dodd and Ellen Road. Note that the applicant owns both of these properties. However, the daycare will take place in the property to the right-hand side. Here's the site plan submitted by the applicant. As you can see, it's kind of difficult to see here, but they propose to have landscaping buffers along the property lines and access through the driveway on Ellen Road. This request was found to be consistent with the Memphis 3.0 long-range general plan. And in conclusion, as we said, the site plan shows two parcels that are both owned by the applicant. The site plan shows a class 2 type B buffer. However, the UDC requires a class 3 buffer. So we have added a condition to specify that specific buffer being required, as well as a S13 streetscape plate for the road frontage. And we found that the granting of this permit will not cause substantial detriment to the public good or substantially impair the intent and purpose of the UDC. And so this item was on the consent agenda at the Land Use Control Board meeting and passed with an approval recommendation from staff and from the LUCB. And here are the conditions that we've required: a class 3 buffer along the property lines, and any driveway improvements would be subject to engineering review and DPD review as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christian. Ms. Jones, would you like to come forward, please? Would you, if you'd have a seat at this table, if you'd give us your name and address for the record, anything that you'd like to say before I open up the queue to council members? Is it on? Do you see the light? Is the light on? There we go.
Okay, I'm Coretta Jones, address 5188 Sunny Autumn Lane, Memphis, Tennessee 38125.
You want to say anything about the
adult daycare? This is something that I want to do for the community to give back to those that helped shape and mold us into the individuals that we are. And we have a lot of people in that area that we are already doing home visits with. We are assisting them with needs, explaining medication to them, helping them with their Medicaid benefits, for explaining their insurance. And there's a lot of things that we're doing, so I think this is a great opportunity to bring them together instead of going to different houses. So that's why we want to do this.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Colleagues, Councilman Ford Sr.
How many do you think you're going to have that during a day?
Well, that would fall under what we are the license for, what we're allowed to have. I don't think it would accommodate more than 30. It's like 37 square feet, so you have 38 square feet, so you have 6 huge rooms where you would do like 7 in a room, but it wouldn't be 7 times 6.
Councilman Carlo.
Yeah, thank you so much for what you're doing, especially with an aging senior population and people that have to take care of them that are working, you know, the reverse, like you said, people take care of yourselves. Pay attention over the next year or so. There is, the state legislature is studying childcare and adult senior care facilities, specifically these residential conversions, because the cost of lawyers do their best at times to try and mitigate risk for those individuals. And sometimes the cost burden can become so great on the operators putting in fire doors and bump bars and things that look much more like commercial facilities. I actually think it's something that this body can take up. We always look for opportunities for legislative items at the state. There is a desire that could be very much bipartisan across the state to try and reduce the cost for operators in the adult senior facility and child care to make it more accessible. But anyway, I just want to say I thank you, support you, and you know, hopefully we can help utilizing our legislative authority and power and influence to try and make the cost of operating your business go down so it can have that sustainability and you can serve more. But other than that, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anything else, colleagues? All those in favor of sending SUP 24-33 downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. We'll see you in 3 weeks.
Thank you.
Moving on, colleagues, this is a special add-on item. This is a resolution requesting a 12-month moratorium on the enforcement of subsection 423.5 of the Memphis and Shelby County Building Code, applying ICC 500 storm shelter requirements to Group E occupancies, and requesting the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development and the Building Code Advisory Board to study alternatives to applying ICC 500 to Group E occupancies. All council districts sponsored by the Planning and Zoning Committee. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, do you want to start or do you want Director Zena?
I'll just say I approached Director Zena about this what seems mundane, a lot of language here that's above my head. Ultimately, there are several schools that are looking to, like Whitehaven, looking to build new buildings and or renovate because they are obsolete. As you all know, costs have skyrocketed, and through the process, identified schools like Whitehaven. There's some schools in Fraser. I know Councilwoman Reese Thomas is aware of it. So there's interest on the county side as well to look at, and I'm about to hand this off because I'll screw the whole thing up, but ultimately look at opportunities to reduce the cost burden where appropriate. And so I called Director Zena, and he informed me that I wasn't the only legislator that was looking at this. And ultimately, and I guess Director Zena, will you lay the context of what's occurring here, and then I'll finish it up about why the ask and the timing.
John Zena, Planning and Development. So first of all, we adopt every 3 years the most recent model code from the International Code Council. State law requires that we adopt a set of model codes from the International Code Council, and then the rules and regulations of the state require that we adopt any version within 7 years of the most recently released version, okay? In 2018, right now we're on the 2021 version. We're probably ahead of, I think, everybody in the state in terms of the model codes that we adopt. In 2018, the storm shelter requirements for Group E occupancies, which is schools, was added into the model IBC code, which requires that a limited area of a school building be hardened, essentially, to withstand severe storms, so that in the event of a tornado, for example, all of the students, faculty, other staff of a school facility could all locate to that hardened storm facility. What we're finding, though, because we have, again, this has been in place since 2021, is this is adding to the cost of construction at around $500 a square foot for the hardened space, which is a significant leap in terms of cost for schools that are looking to do not just a new facility, but an addition, and they're having to essentially put in the storm shelter facility to cover the entire school. So we do have a number of school facilities that are looking to expand or build new in the coming months, and are raising this as a major issue. It's also being raised as a major issue across the state. As I mentioned a moment ago, we're kind of ahead of everybody else. I also mentioned a moment ago that the state rules say that we all have to be within 7 years of the most recently released model code. Well, 2024 is the most recently released version of the model code. Go back 7 years, that means everybody now has to adopt at least the 2018 version, which includes this provision. And so now I think everybody statewide is wrestling with something that, quite frankly, we've had in our code for 3 years, but it's really coming to light in terms of what the cost is. Now, Councilman Carlisle reached out and said, can we pull this out of the code? And he wasn't the only one, there were others. And my request was we do this instead, so that we at least can take the time to study not only what the cost impact is, but if there are alternative methods to what's in the pure code that still allows us to meet the goal of improving life safety for students, faculty, whoever's in school buildings when we do have a severe storm, because those are happening more frequently. But maybe could we do that in a way that is not $500 a square foot? And so we have a building code advisory board that's assembled by the city and county of structural engineers, architects, builders, I've talked to several other builders and architects who are very willing to help find solutions to this. But this would give us a chance to do that work and come back with some solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Zena. Mr. Chairman, if I may. And colleagues, on the timing, you guys know that I'm not a huge same night minutes person. Mr. Zena was out of town, Director Zena was out of town on the 21st or 24th. I was out of town on the 1st. Several of these projects, some you've read about in the paper, like Whitehaven High School, that had $1.2 million added to their budget, are trying to move forward. And this moratorium will allow them to move forward and reduce costs. So that's why I'm asking for the same night minutes, because they're ready to file building plans and hopefully reduce those costs and get these projects going. I have 3 school-aged children, both in public and private school. 2 will be affected by this. And so I say that not to say that there's a financial gain. It's more to say that I wouldn't do anything that would put my own children in harm's way. And I know Mr. Zena and his team feel the same way. So I just thought I'd put that out on the record as well. With that, I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Colleagues, everybody just got like sucked out of the room. I didn't even see him leave. Any questions? All right, so this item will go downstairs tonight with the same night minutes. All those in favor of sending it downstairs with the favorable recommendation signify by saying aye. Also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Anything else before P&Z? We're adjourned.